Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. We are live and back at it again, folks. It's a feel-good Friday here at the Wrestling for Life Network. So that means we got a little bit of Smackdown tonight on the eve of Money in the Bank and Worlds Collide, which we will be here all day for tomorrow. We got tons of wrestling. We might even throw in a little bit of TNA tonight. Lots to talk about, lots to get into. So make sure you get in that chat. Click all the buttons and strap in, strap on, grab your snacks, grab your feel-good. Let's go. Ding, ding, ding. We are live and back at it again, folks. Like I said, we are the Wrestling for Life Network. This is another live stream as we bring you Smackdown tonight, some TNA Against All Odds. We're going to talk about all the action. We're going to be the live reaction for all the fun stuff. Get in that chat. Don't be quiet. Don't be shy. Remember, we want to see triple digits every single night. So be a friend. Tell a friend. Help us get to our next milestone. But I hope everyone out there is happy, healthy, and safe as me. And this pretty face brings you all the fun. Lots to talk about, lots to get into, like I said. But I guess I shall remind everybody out there, I am Mr. Every Night KJ White, the Iron Man of YouTube. That is Big Nick.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the Wrestling for Life Network proudly brings to you its YouTube tag stream champions of the world, the Every Night Delight KJ White, and I am Lars Flars, Pants on Fars. But yes, we do have the go-home show for SmackDown before Money in the Bank, and we're going to have everybody from Money in the Bank on the show tonight. We're going to have John Cena, Logan Paul, Jey Uso, Cody Rhodes. We're going to have all the Money in the Bank participants.
Yeah, we're going to have everybody.
Right. You got to talk. I'm a little winded.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. It's going to be a fun one here on the channel. Again, folks, welcome. We ask all the time. We hope we don't ask too much, but take this link, share it everywhere you talk wrestling, whether it's on your socials, whether it's in a Discord, whether it's my space, their space, all of our space, wherever you talk about wrestling, share our link. Let everybody know. Tell your friends, your family. We got lots coming your way. We go live 2 p.m. tomorrow. We're back at it on Monday for Raw. We head into another crazy time as we build towards all all in. We got SummerSlam. We got so much coming your way. So we're looking forward to all of it. I will click this one just because, remember, for 14 months, Scott Rizzo, how you doing, buddy? I want 4 hours AEW every Wednesday. Nobody wants that. Let's be real.
You're about to be getting it, though, for a hot minute here because you got Hollywood Blockbuster next week, and then you're followed by the show in Mexico. I don't know if they just called it.
I think Grand Slam's just a 2-hour show.
Okay. I thought with it being more of like a midweek PLE pay-per-view, it might be one of those that they might boost it.
Yeah, not to my knowledge as it stands now.
Fair enough. Mr. Wendy Chu. I'm not Mr. Wendy Chu. Stop putting that on me.
But yeah, we are rolling. I'm about 23 minutes away from the start of the show. We will say hello to the people as soon as we can. But Nick, what is on your wrestling mind to start this one off?
Do we really going to have El Grande Americano in this Money in the Bank match?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You feel like I get obviously it's the go home show, but do you feel like there might be something that might happen if we're going to have everybody here? I mean, we're going to be having Chad Gable do double duty or anything like that. But I think it's interesting to the main aspect of tonight is going to be focused on the competitors in the Money in the Bank briefcase match.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's going to be half the show. There's only 4 matches announced, so you're really going to have to sell us on these 2 shows. Every participant being present helps, and we'll see. I mean, I expect fighting. I expect a bit of a brouhaha. We'll see. I know the women are in a tag match. Aleister Black's going to take on LA Knight tonight, so that is interesting.
Right. But I want Cross in this goddamn match. I know we did the prediction show last night and everything. I'm still hoping we get Cross involved. And I also want to have it involved where the Righteous show up too, because they're free agents. And this would be the second potential go around that WWE could have had them. And if the rumors and all of that are true of Cross is towards the end of his contract, and haven't talked to him about renewing it, which I still think is a little internet fodder to keep his name discussed.
Yeah.
But if we lose out on Cross now after he's gotten pushed by the internet and gotten behind and over with the fans, and we don't get the Righteous involved now, because where else would they show up? What with the Wyatts? So we lose out on that altogether again.
Potentially. I mean, again, it's a little bit of us fantasy booking and hoping it goes our way. I love the Righteous. I want them to come in. There's no guarantee that they come in and they are with Cross, but I did like the teasers. And there has to be people within the building that that are aware of the support that's building for Cross, that Cross is not just your average guy right now. People are interested in what he has to say. If they do it right, they could really hit a home run with this guy.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. But pivoting to other home runs and everything, do we get any chance of we start to see who might be the favorite or anything going into Money in the Bank in both men's and women's ladders matches tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine maybe we'll probably get a tease. I could see somebody like, if they are who I think they are at times, you have someone like Andrade look strong tonight. Maybe you hint a little more at Solo can do this. The women's side is so wide open. It will be very interesting what they tease, right? Could Julia be standing tall? Could Stephanie be standing tall? And then neither one of them win it. We'll find out.
Yeah, well, and then the women are going to be in a 6-woman tag match. So that's very much going to kind of potentially, depending on how you view my laws of wrestling and everything, of if you go over on the go home show, right, are you then doomed to go under on the pay-per-view?
Right. So, yeah, I could see Rhea Ripley face down by the end of by the end of this episode, just on the sense of make her look kind of less impressive, unless you want to make her super strong. And because she's not going to win, I don't think she's going to win. I don't think she's the right choice. But yeah, I mean, this tag match might help us have an indication.
Who do you have in this match? I know you just talked about Rhea Ripley. I assume the way you were talking about it, maybe she takes the pin.
I almost say nobody. Does this end in a schmoz? Is this a Dusty finish? This has got Dusty written all over it.
If this is the only way that they feature all the 6 women, then maybe it just ends in a no contest. I still maybe see the baby faces go over here, because I think there's a very much a heel on that one side that I know we talked about that I think is a clear favorite. I wanted Rhea to win just to watch the world burn, watch Twitter burn.
Yeah,
but Elon's beating me to that. But Naomi goes under here so she can go over on the pay-per-view. Yeah.
The question, I mean, who takes the pin? I mean, that's a very valid question. And that's the tough one for me, is I don't want to see any of these ladies kind of take the pin right now. So, I mean, there's ways to do it and ways to get there. I know if one of them happens to take the pin, no big deal. But it's a tough one to call. It really is.
Well, that's why I think now that you bring up the whole no contest, that might make pretty good sense.
Absolutely. And as I mentioned, LA Knight, Aleister Black, this shall be interesting.
This is going to be a good match. If they're going to give this some time, and they should, because they've got 3 hours to do it and only, 2 actual matches announced.
Right.
So give this some time. Let these guys cook. And I think this is going to be a feud going forward. And I kind of like this. This is very much SmackDown's mid-card scene. Welcome. Enjoy that shit. Embrace that shit. Because now they're all challenging Jacob Fatu.
Right. Now, is it surprising Aleister didn't find a way into Money in the Bank? Too new, too fresh?
Yeah, that might be the thing, is too hot on the market, too fresh. And that's why we even think of with like Stephanie, with Roxanne, with Julia and everything like that, that they may have been moved up so fresh that they're not going to win it because it's right out the gate. It almost, you worry putting them in the match that they feel like they have to win it. Otherwise, they're burying them. They're not using them.
Right. No, I get that. But yeah, a lot to intrigue tonight, of course. Against All Odds is also on the docket as far as tonight goes. It starts at 10 p.m. 10 p.m. So we will be peeking in at that, and we'll keep you posted on our coverage for that tonight. As far as tomorrow goes, live 2 p.m. Eastern time, wherever you are, grab your snacks, grab your feel good. For those who are just waking up, join us. We'll be here from 2 p.m. on. We know when we start. We don't know when we're going to finish, but it's going to be a long one, folks. We're going to have a lot of fun with it. 9 matches tomorrow over 2 pay-per-views. We're going to be live for every minute of it, Nick.
Absolutely. One, WWE put out a video. I don't know if you saw it. I put it in the Discord about what does lucha mean to you, and it was all the talent from AAA and everything like that. Very much, again, they're working on introducing the casual WWE viewer into lucha libre wrestling.
Yeah, it feels very much that they're embracing the culture that they purchased, opposed to trying to augment the culture to their own image, as some may have applied out there.
But Uncle Dave says that otherwise. Uncle Dave said that he was going to just take it over. The bad bald man was going to take it over and get rid of everybody and make it just WWE light.
Right? Yeah. No. Yeah. We've heard the rumors. We heard the stories. We know where they come from and why they're out there. But yeah, at the end of the day, they've done well, I think, hyping this up, giving us little teasers. Vikingo becomes this like nationally, and people are going to say, well, he was places before. But like Vikingo's really been put on since this purchase has taken place. We saw him, at WrestleMania weekend. We see him now. Like it's good. I mean, I think he potentially has one of the best matches in a long while.
Well, absolutely. Of him versus Gable. Gable's talented at 100%. Granted, I still think because he'll be doing double duty. Hate to break the kayfabe of it's not Omos under the mask.
Are you sure?
I mean, results are still waiting to come in, but I'm pretty positive. I'm at least, 99.9% sure. I haven't figured out that last 0.01, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Vikingo getting featured on Monday Night Raw too as well, and being involved and featured in segments like that. Like, he was already on TV. Now he's on major streaming internationally. They are very much. I'm almost as excited for Worlds Collide as I am for Money in the Bank.
In ways, yeah. I mean, I'm excited to see the action. I'm excited to see some of the people, some of the wrestlers that people aren't overly familiar with. I just think it's going to be fun. You don't have to, break it down every minute of the show and every second of it. It's going to be fun, free on YouTube. It's good for the fans. Yeah, I got no problems with how this looks.
It feels like mini Triple Mania. It feels like if Triple Mania was a takeover.
Yeah, you're kind of right. And that is part of this marketing ploy right now, is they are trying to figure out and build towards Triple Mania.
Right. Should we say hi to the peoples?
Well, we can. We have about 14 minutes to the time of the live show. I see the chat filling up. Again, folks, we ask that you be a friend, tell a friend, spread the word, be a part of the WFU, be a part of the Wrestling for Life Network, be a part of all the fun, all the shows, be a part of the family that we have here. It's been a good time, and we're growing by the minute, so we appreciate all of y'all. But Zach is in the house tonight. How you doing, Zach? Michael, welcome back. Kevin, always a pleasure. Eric, how's it going? Eric, I think Eric always responds on social media. I like it. I appreciate it. I appreciate the love and support, Eric. So thank you for that. TNA AAO Day.
AAO. Don't you know about AAO?
Right, AEIOU, and sometimes why.
W.
Right. Happy birthday to Drew and Mr. Freddy Krueger himself, Robert England. Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. Clay Lewis, welcome back. Dro, welcome back. Sean, Damian, Christian. Who's that? Christian, how you doing? Jennifer, how are you tonight? What's up, Yeet God? Welcome back. Odds, good to see you. Appreciate it. Dun 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 dun. 80 and AZ's back with us, Nick. Big Dogs in the house. Jesse. I'm so hyped to see the live stream. I'm not able to watch SmackDown on my TV currently, so whether we can watch it or hear about it is perfect for me. We can't show it, but we can keep you up to date on it. And I'm gonna sneeze. So
Fair enough. I will talk while you're saying that and everything, but that's what we do around here. Very much of talk a lot and everything. We're basically your visual radio show here for all the live wrestling out there. Sometimes we go off topic, but we've said it before. The wrestling may suck. We never do. And I'm still waiting. You never are true, my guy.
Never happened. I jinxed it. I'm happy. It went away.
Right.
So, but yeah, no, like Nick said, we love watching all the wrestling. If you can't watch it, even if you can see it, which I know a lot of our fans can, it's somebody to talk to. Don't be quiet, don't be shy. We are the wrestling friends you can't find in your real life, and we're bringing everybody together one day at a time here.
Right.
What up, Brandon?
You need in life. Sorry.
Right, Brandon, how you doing over on the Twitch? Don't forget, folks, if you do have a Twitch, join us over there. As we're getting close. We're at 74 Twitchers. We're looking for our first 100 in the book. So if you haven't done that yet, make sure you go over there. Trey, welcome back. Vance, Christian, we got you. Amanda, hi, Wrestling for Life family. Happy Money in the Bank and Worlds Collide weekend. Thank you, Amanda. Welcome, Scott, we got you. Thank you for being a member, folks. Don't forget super chat, super stickers, and memberships to help you stand out from the crowd. Plus, you get our members only stream and so much more. Your little emojis. What's up, Trey? Got you.
I think Wesley cracked the code. I'm not going to click on it just to throw you out of order here or anything, but AAO Against All Odds. So I think that we cracked the code.
Thank you, Wesley.
We thought it was a miss error on NXT with the AAA.
Right. I thought it was all the acronyms.
Yeah, we fumbled, the spellings.
What's up, Mr. Wendy Chu? Alexa Bliss wins, says Brandon. We'll find out. We'll talk more about that as we go. I don't think any of us picked Alexa Bliss, but you can never count her out.
No, well, and again, we could be completely right with our picks. We could be completely wrong with them, and they would all make sense.
Yep.
The only one that doesn't is fucking El Grande, and I'm staying on business with that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Andrade would be a bit of a shocker. Could they make it work? Yes, but the women's
crashes in on the Mega Championship in AAA.
Could you imagine? That
would be the best way to me. That's the way that makes sense. You're going to have Twitter crash outs, 100%. You big up and put over AAA. Absolutely, you have that as a WrestleMania moment or anything.
You have it as a big moment, right? Like, yeah,
absolutely. Even if it's a SummerSlam, what have you, a Royal Rumble, one of the.
I don't hate it, man. I'll be straight with you. I don't hate that idea at all. Just because, and I know what people instantly the rebuttal is like, oh, you win the chance to win the best title in the world. You go after that one, like but there's a reason with Andrade. It's different. It's deeper. It's thicker. It makes sense. Pause.
Well, and you then put them on a whole other pedestal. You're really putting them over.
Hey, you put eyes.
That Twitter likes to tell you buries every competition that it has, buries any company it works with. We're going to have our Money in the Bank briefcase holder to where you could cash in on Cody Rhodes. You could cash in on John Cena, Jey Uso. He cashes in on Vikingo. Bigs up one of your shows because we already got big stories for titles and everything. So we can do this over here. But Twitter will tell you that they shit on everybody, right?
That's interesting. I mean, again, now, like I was saying, the women's one, there's not a bad choice in the bunch. Any one of them, you could make a justifiable kind of angle and explanation for why it's going to happen. All of them. I like your take as far as watching Rhea win sets up a great internet reaction. I cannot wait for that. I don't think she's going to win, but it would be huge. It would be epic.
My heart wants to see Naomi win. Just my cynical side, wants to see Rhea win. Some men just want to watch the world burn, Mr. Lane.
Right. That's the way it is. So we'll see. I mean, everyone's going to be under the roof tonight. Bradley, can we talk about what you sent on Twitter? Man's giving me homework. What happened on Twitter?
Hold on. Yeah, now we got to go and find it. All right.
What happened on Twitter? Did you tag us on some? Oh, there's
yes. He said he tagged us in something. What did he tag us in?
The Super Show, Corpus Christi. Is that not just a house show?
I believe so.
Yeah, house show.
Right.
July 19th. So, Bradley, that is kind of cool.
Well, no, I'm just trying to think. I'm wondering, is that around All In? That would be the only thing that would make sense to me. And I don't know exact dates when it comes to July, and I'm just doing this off the cuff, but would All In, is that all around Great American Bash? Is that against part of the counter booking?
Yeah, I think that's a part of what makes this kind of, I mean, you're going to Texas, right? Like deep in.
Well, I'm wondering if it's the same dates, if it's that same weekend. It's the week after All In. After. So that's, thank you, MDB. Yeah.
It's the weekend after.
Counterbook, motherfucker.
No, wait. He said no. It's the weekend after. All In is the 12th.
Fair. Well, it's interesting though too how WWE is about to do. Is it with NXT that they're about to do the 2300 arena right before?
Yeah,
AEW pretty much does a residency there.
Yeah, and I think what the argument in that situation is, if you're from Corpus Christi, say that 3 times fast. But if you're from Corpus Christi or in that area, and you have X amount of dollars to spend on your wrestling ticket, and you're going to go buy a ticket to All In, but the Super Show is coming, is a WWE Super Show enough to make you go, I'm going to buy that ticket for the 19th, not that ticket for the 12th?
I see though, and I see your point. I think that's part of why Bradley sent it. That's why I was bringing up the whole counter booking and everything. If I'm being honest, and granted, this might be just me because of how much we watch all the wrestlings, it's not going to do that for me because it's a glorified house show. I don't know what I'll be seeing. I might see, CM Punk ran out in a fucking shower cap and everything like that. I don't know if that's,
right.
Like, I'd rather spend my money to see that than say Kenny versus Okada, to see Moxley versus Hangman.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think like I said, I understand. Like, even to me, that's a bit of, like, if you're an AEW fan, you've already got your ticket. You're good to go. It's not like you're going to be swayed. The only thing you might interfere with is some fringe fans, and most of the people that probably go aren't buying a ticket to AEW anyway. So it's a hard show. But yeah, I could see people, again, it's the following weekend. Is it just trying to split dollars? Maybe. But you shouldn't have been talking shit.
It may be nothing, but it might be very interesting.
Right. Bonkers, good to see you. Could be that long. We'll see. We're not committed to the full distance, but we'll see how it goes. Christian, got you. Dennis, Safid, always a pleasure.
I was going to say, though, you said that with Fighter Fest, and we made it through an overrun, my guy. So
I'm still emotionally upset about the fact that they put an overrun on a 4-hour show. I can't believe it. I'm just like, what are you?
They can't help themselves. Yeah, they can't help themselves.
Like, just indulgent to the max. Wrestling Proud, how you doing? Big Night or Nick?
What? Wait, no, I should have done the
Right. Looking forward to the Women's Money in the Bank match. Would love to see Stephanie Vacour. Stephanie could pull it off, man. She's on a meteoric rise, dude.
But that's where it gets too new, too fresh. Is that I almost think you set yourself up for a backlash if she just literally jumps everybody within like 2 weeks.
Yes.
Like, everybody on the fucking roster goes
from
NXT champion, loses it after she beat Julia to get both titles, had to be stripped of one, then loses her title for the first time, goes to the main roster, goes right into the Money in the Bank, then wins the briefcase. That's a little like, you fucking.
Well, when you hot, man. When you're cooking, like
that's a speed run, my guy. I mean, props to her if it happens, but I don't think it's the most likely. I wouldn't put betting odds on it. That's speed running.
Very, very much in that kind of idea of, if it maybe won't happen, but if it happened, we're pretty good with it.
Fair enough.
What up, Boston? How you doing? What's going on? Vance got you. Christian, Ronnie, welcome back. Amanda, we got you. 80 and AZ, Big Dog. Be a friend, tell a friend. Share, subscribe when you talk the wrestling. Better put that for life with it. Let's go. Congrats on Ronnie. Hope you bring home the gold. Ronnie, I want to make it for NXT tomorrow. I'll be competing. Go, Ronnie, go. Let's go.
Go, Ronnie.
That's it. Kick some ass, buddy.
You can do it.
Let's go. Stephanie versus Devil in the Bank. Money's evil. Chris, thanks for your contribution. Jake, good to see you. Good to see you. Vance, Frankie's back at it. WWE starting to look like what the UFC did, letting go of people that technically don't bring in money. Again, I mean, as a business, does that not make the people in the company work a little bit harder to keep their shit?
I mean, you do have to at least acknowledge this has gone from a publicly traded company to a personally family-owned company, a privately owned company. So
Who's
now
privately owned?
when WWE was, I'm saying,
Oh yeah, the transition.
right,
out. Okay,
it's transitioned to it and everything. So now that business has shifted. So now it is very much about profitability. Christ,
Yeah.
I've seen everybody sit there and try and be a goddamn economics expert lately on the internet and everything because of TKOs and $3 billion of debt and all of that. Meanwhile, they're like, oh, well, and the Hunter's going to be out in 18 months conversation. Jonathan Coachman, shut the fuck up.
My God, Jonathan Coachman saw guys like, I don't want to cut you off, but Vince Russo, Eric Bischoff, Jim Cornette. We know the podcasters that are doing very well with a certain approach to wrestling. And Coachman's like, nobody's talking about me. Nobody cares about me. So I'm just going to start making shit up. And good for you, Coach, if that's your shtick. But this man quickly becoming, one of the biggest fucking air blowers in all the business.
Because they'll get a Sportskeeda or something like that to report it, and they can use a headline of former WWE employee thinks, or veteran thinks Triple H will be out of a job in 18 months and everything, which is beyond fucking ridiculous. Which, going back to what I was saying, the whole debt thing, most of that's from UFC's merger, not even anything with WWE. WWE is actually the profitable company out of the two that they own right now. And TKO still has enough that they're literally just actively paying off their debt and everything. So this is not, I know I champion the whole case for our truth and everything, but this is very much, we're acting like the house is falling in and everyone's going to be out of a job because we had two people get not renewed, not even released. They just decided we can't agree on the price.
And they weren't in there. Like, again, we got 30 seconds, but these decisions have to be made. Profitability is the the objective of every business. Everybody out there wants to bring in the money. That's why we do it. Again, I feel like people will watch certain things and then ignore certain behaviors, like sponsors everywhere. The WWE starts adding sponsors and people are freaking out. Meanwhile, they'll tell you New Japan's their favorite wrestling and not even notice. But it's just weird, kind of dynamic. But ultimately, the TKO, I believe, is letting Triple H. That's why, like, some people keep overlooking Triple H. And as much as I defend the guy, he is the guy that this is all on. Until somebody can prove that TKO's meddling, anything that happens in the wrestling business with the WWE brand to it is on Trips.
Yeah, he's kind of been gotten off scot-free because it was Vince that was the fallback. It was Dwayne.
Now it's TKO.
Was thrown his hat in. Now it's TKO.
Right.
This has all still been under your watch, Paul.
Yeah. And again, I thought he had a hot run. I think he's hit a bit of a speed bump, and we'll see how he recovers. Tomorrow will help. A good tomorrow is needed, as I am getting then.
I have then. Now.
Brown cow.
It took my life forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nick and I are dialed in, synced up, ready to go. Smackdown about to go live. We got TNA a little bit later, and we are together. So let's go. What kicks this one off? How does tonight's show go? Only 2 matches that I know of, by the way, on a 3-hour show. I do think SmackDown should advertise more matches.
Or go to 2 hours like they told us they were going to do, and then they just took it away from us.
You lied. How dare you?
You lying.
Right? Like MDB said, emotional damage with KJ or whatever. Like the weekly segment. You lied.
I like this though from AD. And now Deep Thoughts with KJ White.
Yeah,
Deep
exactly. Right.
By Jack Handy.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Facts. David, what up? Lola Vice is coming for the gold.
Let's go. Lola. I'm never going to be mad about Lola. Right. Hashtag not sponsored. Yeah, we're gonna start getting logos on our hats and on our bottles behind
that
us.
would be the new merch line. Not sponsored.
Right. Cody Rhodes.
Now, do you think that, and I've seen this now of everybody kind of sharing stuff, and I shared a little bit because I think it's funny, but like, are we going to start seeing like Cody come out like he's got a NASCAR jacket on? If he's got Slim Jim,
Right.
he's got, petrol, he's got, Valvoline, all of that, Coke Zero, because we're going to get the Slim Jim on the tables, which I still have yet to actually see.
Alexa Bliss. People looking at the concrete for like signs of Uncle Howdy. Stephanie McCool.
They're looking definitely not at the concrete when it comes to Stephanie.
Much softer. Naomi in the house.
What the fuck did you just say?
Don't worry, we're moving on. Oh, just chucking that. Julia's here. They're doing walk-ins for fucking the entire roster.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It was cool initially. Is it getting played out?
I mean, if you do
I don't need 72 walkouts. 3 is enough.
Yeah, like some of the key people. But to do all 6 participants of the match, plus Cody, are we going to do all 6 men too? Well, here we go. Seth in the building.
Yes, we're going to do all 6 men. You watch. Are they?
Do you think
we're going to kick this off with Seth? They're walking.
Yeah, Seth's walking out.
Yeah, they're
walking. I like the new necklace.
Yo, yeah.
Now,
go ahead.
Sorry, quickly with Boston's comment. I haven't seen it reported that this is official. This is speculation with The Miz. It does shock me, but doesn't. I get, again, it's another one I can kind of understand, but Miz was a good gatekeeper for quite a while now.
This to me makes the most sense almost out of anything. He just got the deal with being the host of American Gladiator. If there's a guy that's set up to do shit, not wrestling and hosting shows and being Good Morning America and type of shit, then it's The Miz. Yeah. He can be in all the straight to Walmart bin movies he wants to.
Let's go. So at some point, will they name this group officially? Will they just kind of go, let us call them the Dangerous Alliance?
How do you do a mafia gimmick on WWE television and instantly have a group that looks more mafia than the stereotypical Italian mafia?
Right. That's why they disbanded the family. We're going to do
this is God damn, like these look like instantly. Even if I'm never tuned in, I know these are guys I don't want to mess with. Just look at these guys.
Well, and the crazy thing is, what did we talk about for months and months and months? Seth's fashion, Seth's clothes. So Seth has gone dark, a lot of black, but still like, a little more leather, but still, kind of puts his little flair on it. The big S on the chain, the still like the long leather matrix jacket, like. It's still high fashion Seth, but dark. He's definitely changed that.
How do you feel though, as a known hater of Judas when Jericho was a heel? How do you feel with the crowd still the sing songs for a heel faction?
That's the fans doing it. If they were doing something to encourage it, it was not my favorite. Like playing the babyface song is a terrible idea. So maybe they got to change Seth's song. But the fans are going to do what the fans want to do. But they're like, again, he's so over. Like, he has to work to be a heel.
Are they currently the best thing, if not one of the few good things going for WWE?
Yeah, Punk blows up.
Man's out here with the subtle Versace sage.
Right. Yeah, no, they're the best thing going right now. It's like the onset, the beginning of the bloodline when we were just trying to figure out, like, why is Paul with Roman? What does this mean?
Right.
And then just kind of seeing it develop, adding in the Usos. That's kind of where we're at with this. And I think you keep running this. This is that story that carries you long term. And the best part is Seth's not part-time.
Oh, that's freaking Rollins, and they're going right on. I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I take everything.
I like it. I like Seth as the pick, man.
Oh, if I'm not going to go my baby face, the pick that I've made the longest time of Karrion Kross, if I'm going with who's actually there, it is Seth. It has to be Seth. He has it's the ultimate power play. I control.
Yeah, I think it solidifies, right? It really solidifies them as a threat. And I think Seth pinning Jay in some type of like really screw Jay out of the belt. Right? Like,
I'm wishing I caught what he just said. I caught the end of it.
I have total control over this. I will have total control over this industry, this entire industry. OTC chants, Punk chants, Seth playing it off, but they're not booing Seth. They're just chanting for the other people. They're just like, we want y'all to fight.
Because he's a fucking star. This is, you said it, this is now, he's got a year's worth of story.
Yeah,
that can run with this. I've already said WrestleMania 42 will be Seth Rollins versus Roman Reigns.
Yeah, he's a guy that can hold the title for a year and a half.
But he can even have enough story. He has enough already going on that he doesn't, especially if he's Money in the Bank briefcase holder, he doesn't have to win it in a month, in 2 months. He can win it.
Oh, yeah, you can do whatever
in 4 months, what have you.
Yeah. But imagine he wins Money in the Bank. Jey Uso fights Gunther on Monday. Dun, dun, dun. So then Gunther lays in the work on Jay, but Jay finds a way to win. Or even Gunther wins it back, but Gunther's tired because it was a battle. And next thing, Burn It Down hits. The Brawns come out, clear house, and hold Jay down to eat a stomp or set him up that kind of way. The heat for Seth will be epic.
I can see it. I also, though, feel that Seth can get a title shot, can get an opportunity, and doesn't need the briefcase.
Yeah, I just think the briefcase becomes symbolic, right? Like symbolism. Where it's just that it makes him more threatening because you already know he can have that title shot, but now he has like a locked and loaded bullet at your head. What do you do?
Bullet with a name on it. Instantly start thinking of that AEW video package.
One of the best bands I've ever seen live, man.
Oh,
one of the only drummers I've seen play sideways, like facing the singer. Like his drum kit was this way, and that was interesting. But you
gotta watch Slipknot. I've seen them live, to where they've got the whole
I've seen them
and they're spinning and everything. Yeah. Shout out the sign that says "Put Paul Heyman in Fortnite." I don't even like Fortnite, but I want to see a Paul Heyman skin in Fortnite.
Uh-oh, we got company. Solo.
This
boom, 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 boom.
This is interesting because this is heel versus heel. You're on my territory. Seth out here in the blue, Solo out here in the red. This is Crips and Bloods out here. What you doing over here, gang gang?
Right, it's a flex, 100%. Like
I am not gang gang. I do not gang bang. But yeah, well, think about this. That's a badass fucking crew, and hey, now we've got to answer. Bronson, weren't you fucking with us over here, cuz?
Right.
Jacob Fatu and Jeff Cobb behind Solo. If this was a united front, is a scary trio.
Yeah, and like I said, it's definitely a bit of that flex of, you're out here running your mouth. Remember, Solo's in this match. As it stands now, Jacob and Solo might have issues, but you're not going to touch Solo in front of Jacob. You're not going to do that.
You're over here on SmackDown, cuz. You got to check in, cuz.
Right? Set this match up for tonight. This would be wicked. Like, look how this looks. Just when you think about wrestling as a whole, when people talk about WWE feeling next level, why do stars want to go there? Look, it's this. It feels big time.
And the crowd instant, like, for everyone thinking, and I know we had talked about it a bit, of Solo's falling off, Solo's, by the wayside here. Yeah. He's standing toe-to-toe with Seth Rollins out here and looks like he fits in.
And there's a big fan reaction, Nick, the big fan reaction. They don't like him. They're booing him, and that's it. Like, if you're getting that reaction, if they're emoting when you're out there, you're in. You're in.
Right. I love you, Solo. Solo brands don't matter at all. So the guy from SmackDown's wearing red, and the guy from Raw's wearing blue.
Right.
Al Snow, what up? Eating Fight fans. Is this English?
No, but somebody.
What?
I love you, Solo. I love you, Solo.
Okay.
That's what I'm guessing. We did see the thing that Monet won another title. My God. And I'll wait till commercial. I got 2 cents on this one. But I mean,
yeah, you brought it up. Why are you telling me to wait to commercial? You brought it up.
Right. But my God, the chat brought it up in my defense. But no, my God, I feel bad for certain people. We'll talk about that coming up, folks.
Right. Stay tuned. Fighting Frizzies at 11.
In my opinion, Solo was boring. I think he's doing all right. You got yourself a wise man.
Yeah, but this is still interesting because this has peripheral ties in. Have you ever seen a peripheral? This has a peripheral tie in here because you still got Heyman mentioning or Solo mentioning Heyman, his connection to the bloodline. This is, again, this feels like this is my domain here. Fuck is you trying to do over here? You worry about over there.
Right.
And now that they're both going to be in the same match too. They're both with Solo's out here. I'm climbing the ladder.
Right. They got to turn Solo's mic up a little.
Little bit.
He's a little too quiet.
Soft spoken.
Right. Like you hear Seth clear as day. Solo a little quiet.
Say it with your chest. Yeah,
let me know.
What? All you have to do is that, and that whole crowd instantly barking for Braun Breaker.
Right. That's what I mean. They bark for Braun. They sing along with Seth. They cheer when they get a tsunami. They love Jacob. Like all the heels are loved.
They're the Hurt Syndicate, dude. We hurt people.
Right. Right.
They fucking are. All they're missing is a Maxwell. Sami Zayn would be their Maxwell. Right. Holy shit.
Full circle.
Heyman versus MVP. Let's go.
Right. I think we have Live and Dom at Worlds Collide for no, we don't. Let it go. We don't.
We get a weekend away from Live and Dom. It's okay. Well, maybe we do see Dom show up. If I mentioned, I think on the Prick Show, maybe Dom gets involved and Dom wants to go after a Vikingo.
Maybe.
I see what you're trying to do. Shut your mouth, Seth. Yeah, see? And he's doing, Seth's pointing out of Jacob, he should be, this is when, who was it that was saying it to, was it Jay that was saying it to
Solo's bitch?
Roman and mentioned Solo of how he would be the next tribal chief.
Right, he just called Jacob Solo's bitch.
Came on, took a whole lot of courage.
Roman and Punk.
It'd be interesting if they do a 6-man tag of this tonight. I would really want to see it. I want to see some iteration of this.
It's got so much potential. Jacob's only getting started. Jacob is a world champion in waiting.
Oh, we're getting a Roman Reigns versus Jacob Fatu match at some point, and they're going to both feel on the same caliber. Solo versus Braun. Braun steps in away.
And Braun and Bronson, by the way, how fortunate are the names? Look at the crowd.
Yo!
Bring it. Let's do it.
And not brought to you by Blue Chew, but things got stiff around here. But yeah.
Seth stepping in between Braun and Jacob.
Is it interesting that they pop more for Jacob versus Braun than Jacob versus Seth?
It's just, I heard like the two big bodies, like that is 2 Mack trucks going full steam ahead. That
is when an irresistible force meets an immovable object and everything like that. Yeah,
all right, so
Braun on Braun action is here come the man in Braun.
Yeah, as Seth walking off. Crowd not loving it, that we're not getting a little bit more of an altercation, but cooler heads prevail for now, folks.
But you're setting this up long-term. Like, we're still going to see a Seth CM Punk match at some point. And you even said before,
wait a minute, Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Oh, Super kick to Cobb.
And Seth just laughing. So yeah, so are we setting up? Well, we've got to be getting a Jimmy match now. Who's taking on JC Mateo, Jeff Cobb.
Is it going to be? We're getting JC versus Jimmy. See, why couldn't this match be advertised?
Yeah,
you know,
well, because it's not, as we're in commercial break, or I'm in commercial break, but it doesn't take anything super away. It doesn't give anything away either. Like, it doesn't tell you that we're going to have this whole interaction between Seth and Co. and Solo and Co., the new bloodline, with having that match advertised. That's entirely adjacent. So I say advertise it.
Lady B, is that a drink? That's a drink, right? That's a drink, right?
Well, muffin cap pull back.
Blue. Wow, Seth is going to get hurt by Fatu, right? But Seth gets to be cocky. Seth gets to be arrogant because when push does come to shove, he's got two big boys that you got to walk through to get to him.
Yeah, well, even Seth ain't no slouch either, though.
Mm-hmm. Why Seth talking? He has Heyman. Pick your bottles. Pick your moments.
Well, when you have someone that's as good on the mic as Seth, what is Heyman's real role there?
Just just advocate. Kind of. That's the one thing. Like, so much of what Heyman did was kind of fill the airspace when Roman wasn't around. Seth's always around, so maybe Seth can have some time off. But what is happening?
I think he's. And I was thinking about this while you were seeing it. He's there for Bronson and Braun. Braun is still halfway decent as a promo. He's Steiner, 33% chance. Mm-hmm. Steiner math is always going to hit. Mm-hmm. But I think he's there for a guy like a Bronson, a guy like a Braun, who can cut a promo, but is not the best promo, not a good promo. Can advocate for them.
For sure. As for those who can't see it, we have kicked off Jimmy versus JC. JC playing a little cat and mouse right now, and Jimmy having a hard time with all three members of Bloodline 2.0. Fatu! What up, Jose? Flame. Did we say hello to the Knee Pad Patrol? Welcome. John C's back with us.
Okay, we're nowhere near War Games, so we're sitting up here because they're both in the Men's Money in the Bank match, and you can still play it down the line of this interaction. We've got a whole year to go. We've still got plenty of shit to do.
Yeah, lots could happen.
We still got a draft, allegedly.
Sometime in 2025, I was told. JC Mateo versus JC Chavez. Let's go.
JC Chavez.
Nick, when do you see Roman returning? Asked Kyle.
Cousin Kyle. At or before SummerSlam, would you say that would be probably fair? Of maybe at SummerSlam, and then because then you still got Rumble. Well, you can't have him be gone for fucking ever. So that's the thing.
Yeah. Now, Damian said he thinks that Roman and Punk are going to screw Seth at Money in the Bank, not just Punk.
No, because that's just overindulgent. That's just you're putting a hat on a hat there because you have two individual matches that you could set up there. I never bought the idea of a tag match of Roman and Punk versus Seth and whoever. I never fully got that idea.
No, not necessarily.
It's just too much. It's you're running through chapters when you can have the solo match again. I was going to say earlier, you mentioned about how the first time we got Punk and Seth, of this isn't going to be the last time we see them face off. So now we can have that be a singles feud, and then we build to the betrayal that can go all the way back to the Shield. And you took my wise man, and you took this, and you took that of Seth versus Roman. So.
Yeah, 100%. I think it sets up well, but you got so many people and so many moving parts at the top right now. Like, even just standing in the ring there now, they all look like superstars. They all look like big deals, like guys that are impact players, and you like to see it. So you're gonna have to be smart with how this all fits together.
And I can't remember what stream exactly you mentioned it, but I know we've talked about it. Of WWE still very much feels coming out of WrestleMania 41. It's in this still transition period. It is moving fully into a different direction here now. Of 41's in the book here, Cena's on the way out here. We're having a first kind of full run of this is fully TKO owned and all of that. We're it truly embedded in the Netflix era.
Yeah, it's like it seemed like WrestleMania put a taste in people's mouths, and that's been kind of like this overriding kind of vibe right now. I mean, we've been here every week. The shows haven't been that bad.
Right. Well, yeah, everybody's got a Travis Scott taste in their mouth. Pause.
But right now, Jeff Cobb, JC Mateo, all over Jimmy. Solo running his mouth.
See, you said it right, and then you said it wrong.
Right? AW wasn't good, and Collision was horrible. It was not good. I don't know what it's going to take for certain people out there to kind of have that vibe, Nick, of just being like, you know what? Like, I hate pickles. You might be a pickle lover, but
pause.
If you get a
accusations, false accusations,
but if you get a bad pickle, you can say that's a bad pickle without hating all pickles. So I don't know why there's fans that can't say, you know, that really wasn't a good 4 hours of TV.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that the community or the C in the IWC doesn't stand for community. It stands for Charmin because motherfuckers is soft out here. Like, again, even we were here full for the 4 hours and then some for Fyter Fest. I was a bigger fan of Dynamite than you were. We didn't, have to get the pitchforks and the torches and, go to war on each other and everything like that.
Yeah.
You can still appreciate and view everything from different tastes, but we can all agree that extra 2 hours was just, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, like that's my point. Like, I understand, like, it's your favorite, you like it, there's some stuff, but when it's bad's bad. Like, spoiled chicken is spoiled chicken, even if you like chicken, it goes bad. Like, it's okay to, like, I'm trying to simplify this for the people that, like, it was the best show ever, still cooking 2025. You're like, dude, I get you like it, but there's a line between liking it and just being completely ignorant to what's happening in front of you. Dave?
Well, there's, enjoying something and being a cult member, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, well, like I said, if I enjoyed the first 2 hours, the second 2 hours, nay. I like this from Big Nick, Big Dog. Big Nick is a Vlasic. Not a classic, but a Vlasic.
A Vlasic. There you go. Oh, shit. Down goes Jimmy. That's Solo. Look,
Solo works though because he's now just a fucking troll. Granted, he keeps dressing like the goddamn Weekend, but even when he's out there hitting the dance moves and I mean, all gas, no brakes with it, and when he's taking the piss out of Jacob, even.
Right. As JC Mateo completely in control of Jimmy on the outside as we go to commercial break for some. Al Snow having a day. Moved. I thought it said moved, so mowed the lawn, moving it. I was like, where are you taking your lawn to, bro? Now relaxing with a chocolate bar and wine. What kind of chocolate bar goes with wine?
I don't know. He's Mercedes Monet'd it there at ringside where she was out there drinking on the job with a nice glass of Pinot Grigio. No, that's getting white wine. Nice Merlot or nice Merlot.
There you go.
A Cabernet Sauvignon. Well, she's out there having her overcooked, well done ass steak.
That boot of a fucking steak.
They took the rest of that steak backstage to make a new belt for it. Yeah. It was so leathery.
Fuck. I swear if Jimmy loses this match, I got a complaint. I think Jimmy might lose this match. Jimmy
is a jobber to the stars. I feel, unfortunately, I think he's kind of, I know it's not nice to say. I think he's in that kind of position right now. You are a jobber to the stars. You are a lovely upper mid-card guy at best.
Yeah. And you put on, you're good in the ring, so we'll put you in there with guys that we want to get over.
You are a safe hand. You are damn near close to X-Pac, Chris Jericho territory of anyone who knows their wrestling insider history of just being a safe hand just to be the litmus test.
Yeah. And I will admit, like, the crowd's a little bit quiet now. They were loud all, maybe
because you teased us Jacob Fatu versus Braun Breaker. I got my bronze mixed up. And then you give me Jeff Cobb versus Jimmy,
which is fine. But Jeff Cobb,
fine. No, that's the thing. You offered me a medium rare steak, and I got that overcooked bullshit steak.
It was a wicked tease. It wasn't like a trick. That is something we could get once, but we're not getting it here. We're not now. But JC's done a good job at taking the crowd out of it by keeping Jimmy down. That's something people do have to remember. Like, part of the heel's job, like a visiting team in a sports game, take the crowd out of it.
Fair enough. I thought when you clicked on the comment about pickled donuts, that's something people need to remember. Pickled donuts. What?
I've been with a couple pickled donuts. Anyway, moving on.
But a bunch.
Open face sandwich.
Bro, that is like perfect crossover. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't.
I do think they wanted to move Saturday night show into a different night, but WWE, no, I don't think that's accurate. No, I don't think that's correct.
I'm gonna just agree with my mans and say no.
I don't know. I don't know who's reporting that. Yeah.
Standing moonsault from Jeff Cobb. He's even wearing the same goddamn attire. He did the Rhino shit of he didn't even have to, because I'll just be JC. So it's got the JC already on it from all my Jeff Cobb attire. So I don't need to change anything. Because Rhino would always just adjust a letter. The word Rhino.
Right.
And that would just wear the same fucking attire.
Right. You see him trying to cover it up when he puts on the wrong gear. Shit, it's the eye. It's not the
Y turns into an eye real fast.
Anthony's got a good question. Is do it get hot in Canada? Do you guys have 4 seasons? We distinctly have 4 seasons, though 2 of them seem to be meeting each other in the middle. That's why I'm so shiny. It's warm. It's warm right now. So yeah, we definitely get hot. It's summer. And it will be nice and hot until about October, and then we'll freeze till about February, and then it'll be rainy until about now.
You mean you're not like the Polar Express? It's just not the Arctic there the whole time.
Right, yeah. Well,
I mean, work.
It's hard, it's hard to keep your igloo up when it's fucking summer out.
The AC bill, the electric bills from the ACs you got to keep up. It's just insane. It's just our weather's I think, you and I have like the almost identical weather, but it's like East Coast. Yeah.
It's like they just can't. There's such a small window of perfect weather. Like, it's either freezing or fucking scalding. Like, there's no fucking Goldilocks for us. Like, it's just these big swings.
Well, I told you before one of the days before we went live and everything that I was Forrest Gump out here. One day the sky just opened up and it started raining.
Like,
that's the thing. We said it before. I'm in a severe thunderstorm area right now, and you were there last week.
Right.
Cool.
Oh, good match. Picking up pace. Phoenix, thank you for the $5 super chat. AEW's last big pay-per-view spectacular. 7,397 versus WWE's free midday YouTube AAA debut pre-show to Money in the Bank. That's a lot of words. 9,497 as of 2 days ago. All love for who we love. There you go. That's it. And again, you could be the type of person out there that don't give 2 fucks what the numbers are. You're going to watch and enjoy. And I got no problem with that. But I'm a diehard Maple Leaf fan. They play like shit. I can't tell people, man, but they played the best game ever last night. Like, they lost by 6. You're like, oh, but no, you don't understand. It was like their best. Like, no, like, just some nights are bad for your favorite.
Well, and even like you said, I'm a Bills fan. I'm going to watch every Bills game, regardless of record, regardless of who they're playing. I'm watching every Bills game.
Right. I'm getting stars.
What?
I mean, people are giving me stars. I'm a good boy.
Yeah, good doobie.
Solo talk down to Jimmy. Yeah, Solo's running his mouth a lot.
Well, to his big bro, by the way, which is still interesting. And I'll halfway jokingly transition to something. It was my youngest brother's birthday recently, who, because he's taller than me, likes to call me big little bro,
right,
and everything like that. So,
no. 3, Jimmy gets the win. And JC takes out Fatu. And Fatu wants to fight him already, bro.
Yeah, setting up the tension.
Oh,
I missed the first part. Go ahead.
What's that?
Never mind.
What did you do?
Yeah.
Who do you think will leave Miz? No, again, sorry. We didn't read the other comment, is what might have made mention too. But MDB basically saying, like, that's the weird, like, again, it's these forced narratives. And the people have learned, if you can get a few people to retweet this shit like it's true, here we go. That's how Meltzer's making his career right now, is just talking out of his ass completely. And this is a great example of it. People took the smallest of things and ran with it. We have no idea if Miz is leaving. We have no idea what the plan is. Now, could it happen? Yeah. Maybe they get one right. But they weren't, none of them were out there pre-reporting about R-Truth leaving. Where's the crack reporting? No leaks, no nothing? Oh, but you knew.
I mean, no one expect that. And trust me, there's no cracks when it comes to R-Truth at all, my guy.
Yeah.
But
no, but that's, I mean, you got them going around acting like they're backstage in all these meetings, that they witness all this. They know shit.
I don't know, but I know I see Zelina Vega versus Julia, and this, I feel like we've talked about this since Julia kind of got moved up and they had their match on SmackDown before. This is about to be your women's U.S. championship division. This is your feud going forward for that title, I feel.
It's a word that I like to use from time to time, but it is thick. And I'm not describing everyone in it, but it is thick. It is deep, bro. Like, we talk about it. They were able to fast track Julia and Steph and Roxy. They're confident with who they have coming in from, like, from Evolved, who they have coming in from LFG, some of the other NIL graduates. They're confident that NXT is going to be okay, and they're ready to push everyone up the chart. Yeah, your mid-card division on both shows have no excuses not to be booked or used.
Fair enough, as I'm getting Piper Niven coming out here, so we got the Secret Harvest. But no, I thought you were going to go into talking about certain people in the IWC of thick, but that's a whole different definition of that. Yeah,
right. Now, again, Miz is at the end of his, like, I mean, how old is the Miz now? Is the Miz 50, 48?
Well, and okay, so 45? We're going back into that as we're going to commercial, at least on my end of, I've got Cody Rhodes selling merch, but yes, of the Miz is a guy to me that feels completely set up to have a career post WWE, like is almost being held back, still being an active WWE superstar outside of name only, because he can go and host this show. He can be your next Drew Carey, your Steve Harvey's, what have you. He can go and host a daytime game show and everything. That's what he can do, and that's what he would do. That would contribute more than anything he's doing in the ring right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know locker rooms. I don't pretend to know that, but yeah.
And he could do like the pre-show stuff. He could be a GM of a show. There are options. Maybe not today, because we're like, I mean, I like Pierce. I like Aldis, but things change. I mean, this is a guy that could slide in. He'd be fine if he was sitting there arguing with Big E about how matches were going to go, especially if he maintained kind of his heel attitude. Miz is an entertainer. Miz is a Hall of Famer. I think he's a 2-time Grand Slam dude. So, I mean, you got to give him credit where credit's due. Do I kind of like R-Truth, though? Like, we're like, couldn't you just, you can keep him, right? You don't have to get rid of him. We'll see what happens. They'll probably offer him a lower deal, to which he'll decline and then move on.
Well, and there's nothing saying. Well, I'll read Spaz's super chat, and then I was.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Well, AAA is on YouTube. Dark and Elevation were also on YouTube, but you better believe in the year of Al Bundy 2025, if Dark beats SummerSlam, heads would roll. Well, yeah, I mean, you pivoted at the very back end. I don't know. You brought a whole lot of other stuff in that equation that made me think you were going a different way.
Right.
But yeah, no, I could very much see The Miz has almost more value outside of WWE than he does in WWE right now.
Maybe.
Respectfully.
Maybe. Yeah. And is Miz at the point now, like, let's say they did a serious turn of Miz, or Miz changed his mind, changed his direction. Is Miz at that point where, dude, it doesn't matter what you do. You are you. We know who you are.
He is.
You know, we've seen him be kind of heelish. We've seen him be baby facious. Baby, the good old baby facious out there. You know, we see him working with Carmelo now, help get Carmelo over. But I think he's kind of stuck. He's just, that's you. You can't really be a new guy anymore.
Yeah, I'm not being insufferable when I'm saying that, you know, or facetious. That's what I was trying to say. I'm not trying to be facetious when I'm saying that, you know, Miz is the sufferable version of the insufferable Chris Jericho. They both kind of have ran their course of, again, you look at the Miz, you're always going to be the Miz to me. You are not anyone new. You are not anything different. Yeah. Congratulations on the wife and the kids and American Gladiator. Go host that. Yeah, what do you have to offer? Like, you're almost... Mello being paired with the Miz felt like a step down for Mello.
No, and again, I defended it a little bit in the sense of Miz helps. You know, a young guy, if he's trying to find his way, Miz is a good guy to partner him up with. Miz will get boos. So I understood it. And you might be right. Like, overall, you're like, because we just kind of have Miz locked into that, like, miscellaneous role. You're not really a mid-carder. You're not a main eventer. If he showed up tonight and cut a promo and goes off and gets red in the face and screaming at the camera about all his feels, it's not really going to change how we feel.
The Miz is in Dolph Ziggler territory.
Yeah.
Baron Corbin territory.
As we're getting
no matter what, you're there. The Twisted Tea.
The Davis section. Seat upgrade.
Hashtag not sponsored. Well, they're sponsored. We're not. Oh, Jacob and Priest.
Priest. All right. I'm going to go see the Priest. I'll be right back.
Right. You go see Shimanahaya, Shimanahanda. Imagine seeing getting paired up with a 2-time Grand Slam champion as a step down. Come on, son. Nah, I need cardboard paper. Come on, son. No. But the Miz is the Miz is the Miz. It's kind of like the Ziggs is the Ziggs is the Ziggs. Even R-Truth, or not R-Truth, Robert Roode dealt with that. There's been a few people, Baron Corbin is an example of that, has really kind of, they just are so much there that you can't unsee them there type of deal of, they become wallpaper because they're there so much. Yeah, I hear you just offered a card, but no, I love it, MDB. And again, appreciate everybody, appreciate all the discussions, and trust me, we try to get to everybody. All that, as I see Theater Absurd, A. Jobson, as I got Zelina Vega coming out right now. Is this for the U.S. title or not? Got that one. Bashay, what up? Ronan, AW's YouTube channel yesterday just released the full-length Lights Out unsanctioned match between Kenny Omega versus John Moxley at Full Gear 2019. Fair enough. Well, I find it very interesting that a lot of people are about to try and do a whole lot of history and are made fully aware of the history now between Kazuchika Okada and Kenny Omega. Of New Japan's, viewership just went up here. Crickets again for Zelina. Zelina, no pop. At this point, I'm trying to defend it, but I can't deny it. I like her. And it's so weird. Well, weird in a sense of she's one of those people that online, on Twitter, she's the most over woman on the roster. but you watch the show and it's echoes of, if you could get the clearest recording of her entrance music, because there just isn't really a reaction. There's a bigger reaction for Chelsea and the Secret Harvest than there is at all for Zelina. But Zelina is talented, and she's hiding a kendo stick already, which, is this no DQ? Because if not, this instantly has to be a fucking disqualification. I'm being honest right now. I didn't catch this. If this is a no disqualification, this match no disqualification to count out anything good. So, well, Christ Almighty. Then if I'm just the Piper Niven with goddamn 2 people at ringside, I just slide in and beat the shit out of her. 1, 2, 3, we're done here. Yeah, why are we doing this no DQ? Are we just doing this right now because Chelsea's still actually hurt from the terrible botched 619 kick to the face, and so we can't do that match now? As we get a 2 count, as we're bigging up the SummerSlam ticket combo. First ever 2-night SummerSlam, Saturday, August 2nd and Sunday, August 3rd, 2-day combo. Tickets on sale now. Facts. But, folks, if you feel WWE has priced you out, or even we've even seen it with some people have been at the shows and still tuned into us, we will be here live and direct in full effect for all the nights of SummerSlam. Boston's going to sleep. Zelina's got on the mic. They need to give her more mic time, in my opinion. She almost in that BFAB territory of you like her, you want to see her do well, as Piper with a splash on a Zelina against the LED barricade there as we go to commercial here. As the screen kind of fritzes out for half a second. But is she in that BFAB territory? God damn it, I almost did. How did I do that twice? In that territory to where she got on the mic, you want to get behind her and everything, but she just, for whatever reason, there just something doesn't fully connect. I think she's funny. My only problem is that she's so tiny. Perhaps. Christian, Nick, again, if you was the owner of UFC, which network would you put it on? Netflix, Amazon, or Warner Brothers Discovery? Because the ESPN deal with UFC expires in 2025. That's a super interesting question. And it's funny because we talked about all the stuff with TKO earlier of, I think they're going to Netflix. I 100% think they're going to Netflix. Nick, watch your tongue about BFAB. How do I do that? But no, I think they're going to Netflix. It fits. TKO already has a deal with the WWE with that. I think they just all follow suit and get their ducks in a row and everything. I even think Sexy Red would get a big pop. Oh God, Boston. Now you're just trying to trigger. Theater saying Amazon. I don't know what Amazon feels like. It's even like the hoity-toity, when in doubt, pinkies out version of Netflix a bit. So I don't know. But I can see UFC on Netflix. I think so. I think that's, again, they would work to kind of consolidate everything under one roof. Might be true though, Nick. Yeah. No, we care about BFAB. Yes, I do care about BFAB. I do want to see her. I do like the idea of her and, Mission as a tag team and everything. If they had a tag team division that was worth a damn. But it feels like the only company that's about to have a tag team division worth a damn for the women is AEW. Natalia posts daily with a picture of the people training at her and TJ's dungeon. BFAB is always there training. I'm not disrespecting BFAB. Goddamn, do I have to walk back, I guess, apparent alleged BFAB hate and everything? I respect that she's trying. She is grinding. She is not a world beater right now. She is much better off than where she should have been, or where she was, I'd say. But Yeah. I think that she's on the come up and she's, working her way up. She might do better in an NXT. Maybe she ends up taking out on Callie Armstrong and Evolve or something. That might fit a little better. Yes, B-Fab and Mission, a dope tag team. Yes, if they had a tag team division left, they've broken it all apart. They've sat there and thrown away half the pieces to the fucking puzzle and said, well, we can still put it together, right? Cardi B and damn it. I should have clicked all the way on that faster. As I'm back in action right now. Again, I don't know if I've even said it. I think we've all kind of said it, but I haven't officially asked it. Who you got in this match? Whether you got Piper Niven or we got Zelina Vegas. We have now a chair set up in the corner. How we get there, and we got chains, whips and chains, handcuffs, as Piper's got a chain through Zelina's jaws. Pause. MDB, you the man. No, you the man, Kevin. Keith Lee likes missionary. That's good, Spaz. Has anyone heard or had any bit of an update, by the way, on Keith Lee? Because for everybody that wants to talk about people who are out of action, who are MIA, Keith Lee was a guy that was positioned to be challenging like Roman Reigns and shit, and now is just in the mist. I don't even know what's happening. I don't even know if he's still technically employed or not. What did Nick say about B-Fab now? All the things. Peggy Lynch thinks she's a man. Kevin, what up? Just pop myself. Pause. You don't need to announce that. As we got Piper just on a chair. As Zelina very cooperatively pushes Piper out of the ring so she can't get the pin right now. Now she's got to try and get her back there. Yeah, she turns it into a tornado DDT on the chair. Could this have not been like a fifth match added? Moonsault on everybody on the outside. Could this have not been like a fifth match added? We've got 4 matches for Money in the Bank. Could this not have been a fifth match added of a title defense here? And hey, well, Chelsea can't do it because she's got a broken nose. She's, out there with, the unprettier mask and everything. She's undashing Chelsea Green. That we could have had this as a match on to kick off Money in the Bank or something. Ooh, setting up a superplex in the corner here. Florida scored. Well, thank you, A. Jobson, for letting me know. Update on the NHL finals, which is why on Wednesday we've got one show now a week of AW. They've been limited to one show a week. Yo! The way they shot that and everything. God. Alba Fire pulls it. What the fuck? Now we get to where we should have been, obviously, at the fucking start of this, after Zelina hits the code red on the Piper that looked devastating as shit, was about to get a fucking pinfall, and now Alba and Chelsea are getting involved here, as they could have, should have, would have been all along, because goddamn odds numbers. Blah. Don't say cooperating, Nick. It's still real to me, damn it. Well, hate to break it to you, but, Oh, now we're getting a table. Do we see Slim Jim on the front of the table? They announced, Michinoku driver from Piper Niven on a Zelina Vega on the outside, on the pads on the outside. So is NXT free to attend? I do not assume so. I do not work there. I don't have tickets. I don't have a hookup. I do think you kind of end up on like a bit of a waiting list. But we are always free to attend. Pause. Have fun with it. What? I'm a Panthers fan, so I'm happy. There you go. Got the tables. Well, do we see the Slim Jim logo on the table? There's been alleged. We do. God damn it. As I say that. So it's at the very end of this. So we're going to snap through a table and we're going to snap into a Slim Jim here. That almost needs to be a goddamn segment of the night now here of just someone, Julia, coming for the save? What? As we're about to now get Piper, Zelina's setting up for the powerbomb. We got Julia making a save here. Kendo stick to Piper. Again, batting practice. Zelina powerbombs Piper through the table. They snapped into a Slim Jim. What? So Zelina gets the 1, 2, 3. I don't fully get Julia helping her out. Did I miss the context of the backstage segment? But yeah, so Zelina still gets the victory here. Piper is wide of 1-1, 1-1. I don't really give up. Either way, I'm a Sabres fan. There you go. The beautiful madness, the Sabres lead. Yeah, Ronan, I'm out there. Anyone want to provide context clues? Because even Zelina looks confused. And she instantly headbuster. So see, like I said, this is setting up of they can't beat you because I'll beat you. This is setting up. So allow me to introduce your new future WWE Women's North American Champion here, or U.S. Champion. And it's going to be Julia, as she's, I know, going over on the Go Home show. We're sitting there standing tall and pretty over top of Zelina Vega. Julia knows the easier road is through Zelina. Yeah, fair enough. I'll give you that. Slim Jim's on the table. Like I said, that almost needs to be a segment on the streams now. There's every time they do that, we'll just snap into a Slim Jim. Pause. Julia's marking her territory. As I got Cody Rhodes and Jey Uso out here. Julia, Money in the Bank. She'll be in it. I don't think she wins it. As we got the brothers now dapping each other up. Yeah, so Jay's kind of, befixed as to why everyone's asking you okay when he's got a tag match tomorrow, big match, allegedly, potentially, main event, and then turns around 2 days' time and is defending the title versus Gunther, former world champ. Slim Jim on a pole match, bye. Out with the old, in with the new. The times are changing in the WWE. I dig it. You dig it, man. As I got Malachi Aleister Black backstage right now. Again, audio issues. Turn the man's mic up. Speaking of a man who never needs his mic turned up.
Does need it turned on, though. There you go.
Well, he turns down for what?
Turns down for what? As we got Malachi Black. My only beef with I thought the last match was really good. I thought it was a decent match. I actually think they were actually getting a decent amount of heat on Zelina. The fans were starting to boo and such. My only issue, I think, would be the idea of I now take Julia out of a possible Money in the Bank winner because her path seems elsewhere.
Oh, I never thought she was in there. I
said it was wide open with that one, though. She could have, but I don't think she is.
I had it for when she moved up, and we had that interaction before of that we were already destined to be here. She was already not in contention.
Okay.
I think, well, I said it even before you came back. Allow me to introduce you to your new women's U.S. champion down the road here, because that's where this is going.
Oh, up next.
Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah. Well, yes. Now, who do you got for this match, by the way?
Wow.
Well,
I don't think it's a tough spot, Nick. Like, do you go LA's in the Money in the Bank and Malachi's not?
Yeah, we just saw someone who very clearly, if you pay attention to context clues, got pulled out of that. With Julia, we were literally just talking about that. So I think this is where you pull LA out without pulling him out of he's not going to win. You give him a bit of a softer landing because LA is still one of those guys that you feel the fans might be up in arms if he doesn't win, because what are we doing with LA? Well, now he's got a few to go into. You give him a landing, you give him a
somewhere to go, right?
Yeah.
So Malachi wins tonight. That's interesting too, though. This one is a tough one to call. I'll go. I think Black's got to get the win, or we don't get a winner, which has been kind of the story of the night.
Well, we've got winners in every match so far, haven't we?
That's true, but it feels like schmozzy finishes.
Well, they've all been a bit dusty finishes, I will say that.
Right. But we will put it out there, folks. Who you taking? Who you taking? Are you taking Malachi Black or Aleister Black? Or are you taking LA Knight? How you feeling? How you feeling?
I like I said, I think you go Aleister with it because it gives him something. It gives him a bit solider footing, more solidified booking. And with LA Knight, you give him a soft landing, which he's not going to win Money in the Bank. Again, he would be in my top 3, top 4, maybe top 5 to win it out of who's right now booked to be in the match and everything. Yeah. So it gives him an out to, I think he slides into this mid-card division of Shinsuke, LA, Malachi, Aleister, Damian Priest, Jacob Fatu of a really stacked mid-card, upper mid-card division.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. I think he's come in with a big role. I want to see him. He's getting TV time. So again, for the fans out there that want to kind of critique or compare, one to the other, getting used is better than not getting used. So we've seen him a lot since he's been back. Hopefully this maintains. Yeah, and I completely agree as far as where he's at in this whole process. But he's also a guy that can do some big stuff. So I'm curious to see where it goes. And I mean, again, everything's kind of hinging on tomorrow. What will happen tomorrow? What will happen next Friday heading towards SummerSlam?
Does tomorrow feel like the big reset post WrestleMania? We had Backlash. We had Sunday Night's Main Event. They all felt like we all flowed on and everything like that. This feels like, all right, now we're going to get a clear, defined direction as to where we're going.
Yeah, I think you have no choice, right? Like you're setting up a 2-night SummerSlam. I'd imagine 5-6 matches per night for something of this level. So, WrestleMania didn't go great, but I think a lot of people will forget about WrestleMania if SummerSlam bangs.
Right. Well, and it is Money in the Bank's kind of become like the 5th out of the big 4 a bit and everything, so it does feel like it has
relevant
gravitas feel to it a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's slid into that major show spot. They've made a big deal about it. It's gone to Toronto. It's been in London. It's been cool. It's as they are giving us the breakdown for tomorrow Money in the Bank weekend. Worlds Collide on YouTube. We will be here live at 2 p.m., folks. So much to talk about, so much to get into.
Right. As I got LA Knight, so I'm gonna go, yeah.
Right. Well, the guy that was called Big Night tonight, stepping out for LA Knight. Nick's going on a pause for the cause, folks. And the show rolls on. We got lots to get into still. We are just coming up to that 9:00 hour. So get in that chat. Don't be quiet. Don't be shy. Let me know what you're thinking. And we got lots more wrestling to cover. TNA does start at 10 p.m. We are going to keep an eye on it as well. But LA Knight getting in the ring, get your votes in, as I think this one's pretty neck and neck. It's a hard one to call, especially with the implications for tomorrow. LA Knight being in the Money in the Bank. Boston, I didn't read your full comment out loud, but I agree with it in a big way. I think LA's got a shot. I really do. And it's like you said, we've had some heel stuff going on, and there's been a lot of heel moments, heel victories. maybe a nice big baby face moment works really well. But then the trick becomes, I guess the LA can hold it, right? You can keep that money in the bank until January, March, so that's a bit of the interesting part. Like, does he try and cash it in on John Cena, but John Cena makes it unsuccessful? I don't know. How do you feel about that? LA's got a mic. Nakamura versus Aleister Black. But I ain't going to lie. Nakamura versus Aleister Black. Strong style versus strong style. Let's go. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that for sure, Malik. I like that a lot. If LA Knight does not win Money in the Bank, his career is over. That might be a bit dramatic, Paul. A bit dramatic, but it's not my fit. Like, where do you go? You got to do something with the guy. Third time's a charm. He's getting the crowd yelling. Sports Bulletin, Edmonton 3, Florida 2. Let's go, Oil. Let's go, Oil. Speaking of WrestleMania 42, it's going back to Vegas. So, yes, it's not official yet, Malik. It has not been announced to my knowledge, but a lot of reports are saying back to Vegas. I don't love it. I don't. We saw what happened with Tampa Bay for obvious reasons. Run it back. Good to go. Great. In this case, going back to Vegas, again, you have a chance to erase what you did this year. So, hopefully it has a better ending. That's all I can say. It's not my first choice. I'm not quite sure I'd love to know the full story of how this all came about. What if Chad loses to Vikingo and El Grande wins Money in the Bank, then cashes in on him either Raw or next AAA event? Unlikely, I know. Glenn, welcome. We kind of talked about this in the pre-show, and I'll give a shout out to Nick, who's not here at the moment. He kind of threw that out there of like, you really want to kind of put eyes on AAA. Would it be crazy if, like, even if Andrade was the guy, shows up and cashes in on the AAA champion? A bit of a reach, kind of a cool publicity stunt, a little bit of hot shot booking, but it depends. Like, are you that committed to the cause? Are you willing to go that far? Would the backlash of, I can't believe you cashed in for that title matter? Would it be factored in? I think it'd be big. So, yeah, I don't know. It is a bit of a fantasy booking. Do you think Aleister Black under Triple H? Yeah, 100%, Damien. If done right, there's no reason why Aleister Black can't be a champion right now. If Aleister Black popped up on Raw and kicked Jey Uso in the face and pinned him, nobody would be. I think it'd be perfectly fine. How was the show so far? I missed 1 hour of it. Not bad. Couple decent matches. I thought the Vega match was pretty good, actually. I thought Piper and Vega was fun to watch. Setting up Julia Vega is pretty good. Put him on Raw with the briefcase and give him the WHC. Yeah. All right. LA Knight saying he's going to burn some people. All right. So he lets everybody, puts the whole Money in the Bank on notice. Just like your Yeet, the crowd doesn't lie. They are making it happen. Yeah, that's a fair argument, Boston. We saw, and I mean, you've seen me on these streams a lot defend Jey Uso. Why is Jey Uso champ? Why did he win Royal Rumble? And I've defended it for a while. So LA kind of falls into that category, right? Like LA got over. LA's still over. They're right with him during this whole promo. Yeah, when he calls, they answer. So the has been big. I'd argue the Yeet's now bigger, but it's interesting, right? Like, how does that go? And LA Knight's not a spring chicken either. Does Tony Khan actually let Monet get her first loss? No. Here comes Aleister Black. Let's see how the shot's looking now. 53%, 54% for Black. LA getting 46. It's a weird poll to read out loud. I should have used their first names. Yeah, you are. But he will be a short-term champ. Seth is getting that title before Rumble. I don't see the point of giving him a short reign. That will probably suck. Also, I believe the IWC will turn on him. I think they would as well, Bernard. And that is part of the dilemma right now is John Cena is causing a bit of a logjam for the one belt. So how does that play out? How long does he have it? Like, does John Cena lose the belt at SummerSlam and allow him 2-3 months on the backside of the summer into the fall and into his final bit, kind of saying sorry for being a dick in the first half of the year? I don't know. Possibly. I still think he holds onto that belt a little bit longer. Gunther could beat Jay on Monday. I think we can't dismiss that fact. Do I think it's going to happen? No. I think they want to run that match back. I think it's going to be a great match, and hopefully it has a better finish this time. But a lot of questions. And, does Seth win, and does he want to cash in on Jay? Jay makes the most sense, and Jay seems like the champion that should be the most nervous by Money in the Bank, because it seems unlikely anybody's going to go after John Cena with it. The one situation I thought could work was maybe Punk won the Money in the Bank and he cashed in on Cena. I think that'd be pretty poetic, but not the case. Run on promo. Fair enough, Chair. Hope you're doing well, sir. LA Knight is on fire. See, completely different perspective. I like it. What's up? When the crowd starts chanting bouncy for young OG, I don't want to hear it. Let's go. Let's go. Who thinks LA Knight is the odds-on favorite to win Money in the Bank? I would argue that Seth Rollins is probably my odds-on favorite. I think he's the most likely, just based on the positioning on the card, where he stands historically. I think the front runner is Seth, LA's second to that, Solo third, Grande 6, Andrade 5. Who am I missing? I have it right on my screen. Who am I missing? Penta. Yeah, Penta 4. That makes sense. That's my odds. That's how I would rank them. Let me know what you think out there, folks. All right, I'm going to give you a chance here. What do you got? The real story behind WrestleMania Vegas coming back is money and greedy TKO. Don't care about people. They want to make more money than last year. Fair enough. We don't know that for certain, though. We really don't. I know you can hold on to that internet opinion, and it might be right, but we don't know. And they haven't officially announced anything. So wait and see. I think it'd be in a perfect world, to be honest with you, 316, if they could come out and announce we are doing WrestleMania 42 London, and a lot of reporters, a lot of IWC toxic people maybe are willing to fall on the sword for how wrong they were about this whole scenario. Do I think that's happening? I'm not sure. I highly doubt it. Vegas seems to be the way it goes. And yeah, perhaps that is the underlying story. I just caution you, don't believe everything you read, sir. You can play the victim. So take your best shot, release the pressure. You perpetrate the propaganda. I'm not calling you out. Oh, all right. Ronan, I like it. Anthony chilling. Well, I haven't seen Anthony in the chat tonight. Anthony, are you with us, sir? Yeah. We need you on vocals. Let's go. Nathan, how you doing? Both men just kind of sizing each other up at the moment. Seth wins Money in the Bank, cashes in on Jay Gunther match on Monday. Yeah, right. Like, I could see a world where Gunther runs Jay to the max. Gunther's about to beat Jay and Seth comes out and ends it, or Jay's about to have that moment and it goes the other way. So I think it sets up well. The idea that Seth gets the championship, I think if Seth pins Jay for that belt, you almost go out of your way to change his music, but you let him embrace all of that heat. That'd be dope. CM Punk did. Yeah, I kind of like that idea, right? Like if Punk could cash in on Cena, especially if like Cena's like, this is my last show ever, and then if I win tonight, say it's Saturday night main event in December, it's the John Cena night, and they dedicate the whole night to John Cena. It's his final match. No matter what, he's leaving. But if he wins, he's taking the belt with him. If he loses, he, obviously we have a new champ. But he wins, and it looks like he's about to leave with that belt. And if CM Punk cut him off, almost like, hey, that's my shtick, and won, I think it would have been real pretty to do. Fantasy booking, though. Cena should retire at SummerSlam and move on from retirement tour. Chair, that's an interesting take, buddy. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I wonder if, being that we know that we're on this 1 year Cena train, has it taken a little bit of the holy shit out of the run? The WHC has also been the targeted title for the last 2 years, so I wonder if the focus becomes John's title. Seems less messy if they use it. Yeah. Again, interesting. But then what name on the list right now? Like Seth? Would Seth go after John Cena? Seth Rollins is not going to win Money in the Bank tomorrow because Roman Reigns. What about Punk or just Reigns? Penta. There you go. We got there. Jay would be an easier target. Since he's around a lot, Cena would have to be targeted strategically, if at all. Facts, right? Like, if you plan to go after Cena, do you do like John Cena? I'm going to fight you this time, this place. I'm calling my shot. I'm not going to sneak up on you. I'm not going to run down when you're out of it. I will see you at this show to cash in my Money in the Bank. Is that the way you have to do it? Speaking of doing it and doing it well.
And doing it well. But yes, KJ, I will fight you on the beaches. I will take you on. I'm announcing my Money in the Briefcase call out shot here. But no, what you pitch with CM Punk would be absolutely, that is the most poetic way that they could do that, because it's literally almost, if you could do it at a Money in the Bank, with it'd be so how the turns have tabled with CM Punk of, he was leaving before of, I'm gonna go defend this in New Japan or TNA. Hey, what do you say?
Right. Big shoulder blocks in the corner. Nick, welcome back. We do have LA Knight, Malachi Black. The chat is kind of split on this one. Not a bad, steady, solid match right now.
Not at all. And I do like a bit of an interesting, I don't know if with the camera angle of like, we're directly in the goddamn ring. We're not shooting it from the hard cam side.
Right. Right on the apron. Getting that zoom.
Little Nasha is the referee. What?
Right.
But is it interesting? I know I heard you talking about this. Is it interesting that Seth, the most obvious choice, like doesn't need the title, like doesn't need the briefcase per se, but is the most obvious choice, like makes absolutely the most sense. And Jay's the most likely person he cashes in on.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I know we got a match going on, but I'll give you the same question that I kind of answered. I like odds-on favorites from the best odds of winning to the least odds. How would you rank them?
I would go Seth. I was almost
Karrion Kross.
I don't. Maybe Solo. LA Knight might be in there. I sold myself on my own Andrade pitch, so he might be higher up there.
Right.
Very much. Grande's, he's all but not in that. Can I have a not applicable?
You're not convinced he's going to make it to the match.
No, he's going to do double duty.
Right.
I don't think he's going to. I think it's going to be more duty if he's out there doing double duty.
Right.
He's not going to sit there and be involved in all aspects. I almost think we could get something tonight that takes him out of the match.
Right. Could you imagine he wins both on Saturday? He wins the mega championship and the Money in the Bank.
And then I asked, do you like doing the streams with me?
Could you imagine?
Do you like working together? Like, I know you can even
I do for moments
call me
like
a friend.
this,
You can at least call me a coworker. Do you like being together?
Right. I actually enjoy it, especially in these moments, actually, which is ironic.
Yeah, you just abusive, toxic relationship, folks. Toxic relationship.
Both men down on the outside, LA and Malachi Black. Decent match. Big Dog's extra zesty tonight. Good to know. Good to know.
Fair enough. I'm in commercial.
Somebody did say like LA feels like the fan favorite, but I wouldn't say he's the odds-on favorite. He's either 2 or 3.
LA feels like the fan favorite 2 years ago, though. That's the thing.
And
it has LA Knight's time of being the fan favorite, of being pushed by the internet over.
Not quite, but this could kill it. This could be a hard dead end.
It's on resuscitation, at least. It's on fucking life alert.
If you watch the promo he just did and everybody's yeah, you're like, okay, they still love him. They still love him. They're still with him. But I think we're getting really close to that point where it's like, yeah.
We're at the tipping point. We're at the tipping point.
The tipping point.
The line of demarcation.
Right. Big chops in the corner. Oh, they're exchanging. Nice pop.
I like Boston. Nick, do you listen to the crowd? They love him. Apparently not, because I thought the crowd loves Zelina, and I was wrong. Are you deaf? Can you hear?
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my
mouth?
Let's go.
No, you was blind.
Yeah, I really don't know how to call this match as far as how I see it playing out. Shinsuke screwing Aleister Black. It makes the most sense to me.
What?
Shinsuke coming out.
I heard you. Are you just reading off your search history or something?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe that's how they get out of this. Is Nakamura.
But then again, I think you're setting up a soft landing for LA to not win. And congratulations. Welcome to the upper mid card where you've always been. Hello. He's Abe Simpson. He walks in, takes his hat off, sets it on the fucking rack, and then turns around. Does Paul know you work here? Puts it back on and walks back out the fucking door.
If he doesn't win Money in the Bank, I still think you have an opportunity to move him to Raw. I think at some point soon, if he continues like this, you do have to consider LA Knight turning heel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And yeah. Well, and you mentioned about moving him to Raw. Does the draft come involved? Does the draft happen? Does it mean anything?
I thought the draft would have happened by now, to be honest.
Well, and it's still interesting because he's a SmackDown guy. So it becomes almost one of those, does he have to win the briefcase to not be potentially directed towards Cena and just get fed to him? Because we might see an LA Cena match, but Cena's going over.
That would be the question. Like, okay, so LA Knight wins Money in the Bank, and it kind of, wouldn't it be fitting if John Cena was the reason why the Money in the Bank didn't get cashed in? Another thing that kind of hurts wrestling.
I still want him, and I know we've talked about it, and Busted Open and Bullion have ran with it too and everything. Yeah. I still want John to come out there and, true or not, take credit
100%
for our truth to not be there.
Yeah. You and I talked about that like in like on Instagram, because I mean, my God, would that not be, even if it's complete and utter bullshit, just come out and say it anyway.
You instantly get everyone to hate him. You get you get actual heel heat on him. Yeah. Fuck The Rock. The Travis Scott thing. Now everyone forgets about that because I can blame John Cena for Raw not being here.
Right. Anybody else want to step up and mess with me? You can end up on the unemployment line with Ron Killings. That's exactly what
again. I told you there would be repercussions.
Yeah. Yes. And if you wanted, which I don't think they should, but that is the opportunity where you just slip in something like, I have people in my back pocket, blah, blah, blah kind of vibe. Just leaving that hint out there, but that scares people. I know.
Well, I made a call to Dwayne, and
Yeah.
again, I know.
But don't say his name. Just flirt with it.
An eyebrow raise. How about a little heel turn?
Right. Oh.
But and everybody wanted Hollywood Cena in this. This kind of him teaming with Logan, the closest we're gonna get to it.
Okay.
Ooh. Yo.
An AA, essentially.
Well, reverse,
yeah. Oh, we got company.
Seth Stomp.
Oh, it was Seth. It's not Nakamura. It's Sethimura.
Well, and you mentioned LA Knights and the Money in the Bank. So this is how you integrate everybody together here. And could this set up to where you move in LA to a Monday Night Raw? The land of opportunity as far as becoming a world champion right now is Monday Night Raw. It's not SmackDown because, like you said, it's a log jam at the top.
Yeah. And if it's not Cena, what about?
Yes.
Oh, dude.
Hey, yeah, so you thought you were going to avoid it. I'm coming back with it. I didn't want to leave it.
Oh, shit.
Bro. Yo.
Aleister Black and Tyler Black have a stare down.
Yeah. Bronson's just taking out LA. And again, just Braun just setting up the fucking spear, just hyped up like goddamn Goldberg.
Oh, flattens them. Again, Seth looks great with this crew. Who's going to stop them?
They are Bloodline. They are the Bloodline 2.0. They are the next big threat, the next force that needs to be dealt with.
I think this group is scarier than the OG Bloodline. Because if you look at Roman with the Usos, I think this group overall is more intimidating and could do more damage just because Braun and Bronson are a bigger, to me, you had the Usos, which were fine, then you added Solo. But you have these two big bodies. Like, who's going to beat them?
Physically intimidating, I might give you that. It very much looks like you just got thrown out in the club and everything. I told you not to touch the girls, and you just got thrown out in the club here. And those are the two bouncers.
Why can't you ever listen?
Right. Those are the two bouncers. That's the club owner, and Heyman's, his father that helped him fund the fucking club here. The OG Bloodline, I think, it had more depth as a story. I will give you that. Go ahead.
Sorry to stop you. I don't know what this is, but
King and Queen of the
Ring. Well, because it's going to be Knights of Champions, which I believe is June 28th.
Yeah, in the good old kingdom.
And we're going back to Saudi.
I'm going back to Riyadh.
Double check, but yeah.
So okay, so they're just made Queen and King of the Ring just their own. Whoever wins it gets a shot at their world title respectively at SummerSlam.
Yes. So that's cool.
So now that gets interesting because does Seth not need the Money in the Bank? Does he win King of the Ring?
Do you make him King of the Ring instead?
Yeah.
That's another little wrinkle into this plan, right? Like now, because Night of Champions will be a brunch with the boys on June 28th as part of our June coverage. And we got Jade.
Right. I'm still hoping for, you mentioned it, of London's calling to the faraway
right
WrestleMania. I need a brunch with the boys mania running wild.
I'm in.
Well, it would make it so much more palatable, respectfully. Like, honestly, when All In was doing the show within the Wembley and everything, even though it's going 72 hours, it felt a bit more palatable because Salt and Sugar looked the same. Ooh. Oh,
So
so these
Jade's in
two
Queen of the
might
Ring
be
and
going at
Charlotte's in Queen of the
Oh,
Ring.
God damn. Oh,
Tiff.
Tiffy time.
No lack of star. Everybody feels like a star, with a couple exceptions. So Jade's going to be in the Queen of the Ring, and Charlotte's going to be in the Queen of the Ring. My God, if Charlotte wins the Queen of the Ring.
Bro, that has finals in Riyadh written all over it, my guy.
Charlotte versus Jade?
Yes.
Yeah. Break out your
That
scuba
is
suit.
twist iced tea, and that is we're gonna push all the limits here and what Saudi will allow.
Right. Break out your scuba suits. We're going back.
I'd risk it to be divorce number 5.
Hey, listen, I'm sure
Sorry, I said the quiet part out loud and the
right.
loud
I'm sure
part
the
quiet.
alimony's not too bad.
Yeah.
Queen looking hot. There you go. So for those that haven't caught up or we haven't explained it yet, they've announced that Night of Champions, which will be June 28th, we will be here live for that one. On June 28th, Night of Champions, we'll see a new king and queen of the ring, a tournament that will start, I guess, momentarily, and lead towards that Night of Champions. So it's going to be a fun one. But already Charlotte looks to be in it. Jade looks to be in it. The winner gets a shot at the champion at SummerSlam.
And how do you feel that it's a tournament setting up challenges for SummerSlam for world titles, not storyline?
I'm okay if it's not only tournaments. I think, but especially when it's King of the Ring. Like King of the Ring, you have really no choice but to do it, right? So I got no problem with I like this tournament. I want this tournament to be done well. I remember when King of the Ring was something that was cool. It mattered. It launched a lot of guys. We saw Austin and Owens, and even Brett was a good king, or at least represented. We talk about
King
Booker all the damn time. So I kind of want it. Like, it hasn't meant anything for so long. I'd like someone cool to win it, and I'd like it to matter.
But that's the thing as well. They've tried to make it matter. They had Xavier Woods. They had Zelina win it. It was cool. It was nice because they brought it back. They went almost like, 20 years before it actually was relevant or anything. This is an attempt to make it, relevant and matter. It's interesting. I can dig it. And you can do storylines in the tournament. It's interesting we're already setting up, like we're foreshadowing where we're going with this. If we've got to have a tournament instead of we've got challengers, we've got storylines and angles that
I don't think there's a lack of challengers. I don't think there's a lack. Like MDB said, they did. Gunther used it to get a world title shot last year. I don't have any issue with. It's not like we have no story, so we're just going to do a tournament. Like King of the Ring is an annual thing that is a tournament. So, and the reward should be hefty. And I think there is no problem with that. It's the exception, not the rule.
Fair. Is it one of those? Well, was it an exception around brands and everything of Son's draft? I thought seeing Aldis and Pierce together, we might have got an announcement about the draft that we remember was supposed to happen shortly after WrestleMania. But could this be much like the Money in the Bank of a way of, if Charlotte wins this, does she have to exclusively challenge Tiffany, or could she challenge Raw Women's Champion?
That's a very good question. In my head, it was specific to your brand for some reason. So
you could be right. You could be right, though. That's the thing.
I don't know if they declared it. This is again, we're getting the. I'm getting an ad for Mike Tyson's book.
Right? Yeah.
Available now. By Mark.
I want the audiobook. I know I said, and I know Cross is doing an audiobook version of his book. I want the audiobook from Mike Tyson.
Right.
I'm a ferocious, vicious competitor. I broke my back.
Right.
My back was broken.
Okay. They don't even speak. They just put it on the screen. Look, we're going to Santos.
Yeah. In all his peacocky leather leopard glory here. That shirt is flamboyant at least.
Okay, so
Go ahead. Sound it out.
no, I'm just thinking, yeah, like show your work. I was like, okay, so they're just hyping this up. In my head, I was like, did they switch? Like, what happened here? I thought they were mad at each other.
Well, they've had slight tensions and everything, but it's much like we mentioned before with Andrade. When it comes to Escobar, he's got a connection actually to AAA of when he would actually wrestle under the mask and everything. So if there's a guy that fits into this mold, much like a Ronald Mysterious, even though he's injured, but a guy that could actually go down there and challenge the Vikingo, like guy that could be a world title contender in AAA is Escobar.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're talking about a world where there is, there are some people that aren't getting TV time. So is this an opportunity to send somebody like Legato down there for a few months, or send someone else down there for a few months? I don't mean send down,
they're literally down. They're literally south of us, so it'd be literally sending them down.
Right, but yeah. Oh, as we got American Made with Byron Saxton.
As Gable with the El Grande Americano is numero uno.
El Boss final collection. I like that. Finale collection. That shirt is epic. He going big. He got that rock shirt going on.
Facts. That's satin.
If you win King of the Ring, you must challenge for the title of your brand. Thank you, MDB.
Fair enough.
Appreciate it, bro. Liv could win. She could be in it.
Yeah, now it gets really interesting. Do you run back Charlotte Tiff? Do you do Jade Tiff? If we assume Tiff's still going to be champ at that time, is Andrade confronting Gable?
See, this is so funny. Oh, wait for the crash out for this one. Did he say C?
Muchos gracias. Yeah, see? They're speaking Spanish, and Chad Gable is just lost.
At first, it was funny, though, because Chad's just going, C?
Yeah, mucho grande, por favor.
Oh, Penta. So it looks like we might get American Made versus Penta and Andrade. Again, a very advertisable match.
A very Worlds Colliding match. 100%. Yeah, well.
Big pop. Holy shit.
Yes, they got the tag match announced, I believe. But
yeah, so all this announces the match. The crowd popped huge, Nick.
Yeah, you got two top guys, two talents and everything like that. But does the hype up and everything with AAA feel a little bit like when Jinder became world champ of, we know we're going to this market, so let's, appease.
Maybe not really, because of how they're doing it, at least to start. I don't know how it's going to look like for like AAA or something. You don't want to overdo it, like you said. Sprinkling some talent in to kind of offer a bit of a bigger profile card. Nothing wrong with that. You do want to be cautious. Like I said, you don't want to send Tiffany Stratton down to be the women's AAA champion. It's not probably the look you want right now.
I mean, I don't know. I might say like Boston, see. I want to see. Mucho grande, mucho gracias, por favor, mucho cerveza.
Right.
Penta, zero mero.
Right. MDV, definitely irritated. Like, come on. You got a 3-hour show. You announced 2 segments in 1 match. You know you're going to have matches. And some of them you don't need to keep a secret. Oh, they're going to play me. Like, come on now.
You didn't need to keep Jimmy versus JC a secret. You could have still had that and didn't give away anything.
No. Like, that match was an impromptu. They ran into each other backstage. Fine. You don't have to add that one. But there was a couple matches here tonight. You could definitely just help some people out and let us know what you're going to do for 3 hours.
Be a friend. Tell a friend.
Be a friend. Tell a friend, for God's sakes. Tiffy cutting a promo, by the way, folks. Thank you for the $5 spaz. In WWE, the Lucha Bros are tagging with anyone but each other. Great way to build up the eventual team up. You're giving each guy individual clout.
Yeah, 100% of you're building each guy up individually, and still, if we're gonna do this draft, it's gonna happen. But yeah, you've still established them individually, and that almost at times works better when you establish each guy individually and then put them together.
Yeah, because now they have merit. Like they have merit, so it's a Megazord. You're putting it together, right? The more pieces, the better,
right?
Ah, let's go.
What time is it as we get Rhea Ripley's music?
Let's go, Rhea Ripley in the house.
Everyone's just confused on multiple things. I feel with this. I was going to make a joke of
this
about,
is where the biggest star.
Do you like Sabrina Carpenter or fucking Slipknot right now? Do you want Blondie or do you want your goth mommy?
Can I
see confusion?
Can I wait till the next round? There's more coming. Can I pick? Can I hold my pick?
You might be holding something else. I feel like a lot of people right now watching this might be holding something.
We're back to that pickle conversation again.
No, I understand TV remote, but yes, they might be having a pickle.
I got an Elegant Brand versus Miles Grace. Thank you, Damien. Thank you, Damien. Oh, I forgot that was a thing. Shit.
No, that was supposed to start at 10. Do they have a pre-show? I didn't know they had a pre-show.
Yeah, I knew.
Did you care?
I did not. I was not a friend, and I did not tell a friend.
No, that's fine. I got it on the TNA Plus, so I still got nothing. I got my mommy and I got my Tiffy, and I'm a happy camper here.
Wait, you're not getting the pre-show on TNA Plus? That seems
no, sir. I am at a TNA minus right now, not a TNA Plus. I do not have the pre-show. That's just wasting time and energy. I can hear you, but I'm working at a deficit. But I'm.
Yeah, right now. Damien, what did Damien just say? Where's Damien?
I don't know, but I swear to God, TNA right now for the live event starting soon is just playing R-Truth music.
Could you, dude? I'm down. I'm
telling you right now. I swear to God, I heard it, and I'm like, where the fuck is that coming from?
So yeah, the Elegance Brand, which I guess they have another member now, versus Miles Grace, Harley Hudson, and Zaya Brookside. So it really, TNA is really going through. Lights out or back on.
Stephanie. Anthony, see, I mentioned something. I slandered TNA and I woke up the demon here. Nick, the pre-show is on TNA Plus. Well, it's much like with Collision and Fighter Fest. I might have to click a different link, and I ain't clicking no other links here. I don't need no spam.
I did my job. I did my job. Why do I got to find your show?
Well, right. Why do I got to work? I don't work there.
You're not wrong. This is bullshit.
Nick, a deficit. Yeah.
Yeah, no 100%. Shit. Oh, that's jokes. Let's go. Like, they are setting up the 6-woman tag, folks. So I will get your votes on who you taking.
Yeah, but Tiffany's not involved in this, so we're just getting all the gothy mommies.
Well, she's where everyone wants to be. So she's symbolic.
Symbolism. It kind of makes me feel like river dancing.
Right.
But yeah, no, the Booker T is conflicted right now watching this show of do I for Stephanie or do I shucky ducky quack quack for Rhea Ripley? Goth on goth action.
Huge pop for Alexa.
And I swear to God, TNA Plus, I have just a stream for Against All Odds. The main show is playing R-Truth in entrance right now.
That's so funny.
What?
Ash by Elegance just gets the pin.
Well, I got Ash and Elegance instead of Ash and Elegance. But yeah, I got Lily, Alexa Bliss out here.
They added Kylan King. That's a tall lady.
Elegances?
That's a tall drink of water.
Fair.
Mammy in the bank. Let's go.
Oh.
Imagine this. Naomi wins Money in the Bank, briefcase. Jade wins the Queen of the Ring. Them at SummerSlam, Tiffany versus Jade. Naomi cashes in, making it a triple threat. Naomi pins Jade to win the women's championship. I could live with everything you said. I'm okay with that. That's fun. I'm okay.
Bianca gets involved somewhere.
Bianca becomes champion. Bianca becomes champion.
Well, then we would have gotten a triple threat that we thought we might have gotten along the way here with this.
Hey! They're back! The Iconics! The inspiration is here in TNA. And looking good. Let's go!
You could say that tonight is iconic.
It's iconic. If you guys are just tuning in, we have SmackDown on. We're also keeping an eye on TNA Against All Odds, where the Iconics, the inspiration, have returned to professional wrestling.
Well, and I don't think it's that far in the dictionary or the thesaurus or in the encyclopedia. If you go from iconic, you go from inspiration to Indy Hartwell and everything. And that might be a nice little pair up there, a nice little trio.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
They're all from the Gold Coast there. They're all Australian. They're all New Zealandish.
Right.
They all from a place down under. Little shrimp on the barbie.
Right, let's go. I'm flipping out the Iconics. I hope they bring their music back. The same song they had, the entrance music they used last time they were in TNA. But I correct me if I'm wrong. I think Harley Cameron sung it.
I don't know. She's saying it again. She's out there. She can dub it down and pretend she's someone else with the broken nose. I just love that Anthony even censored himself in the comment of "I'm flipping out." Man's could have had a lot of other exclamatory remarks there, but censored himself, and I love it.
Very good. He is definitely the good angel in the situation. But is SmackDown any good? A couple of people said it's been great. SmackDown's been good. I don't have any big issues with SmackDown yet.
But it is consistent. It is 6, I would say, right now so far. You did have everything with Seth and Solo. It's had its good moments. That might make it 6.5. Of it's been just kind of down the middle of non-offensive. It is the vanilla paste a bit.
Could be. I think it's. I'm not that far off from you. I'm kind of in that range right now. It could go either way. It's been good. I mean, the matches have been pretty decent. I thought Zelina and Piper was a really solid match. LA Malachi was fun. You found Seth to stomp, and then that faction looks badass. Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's been solid.
Like I said, I can go 6.5. I'm not going too far beyond that right now. Granted, we've still got a whole hour and 15 minutes, which is insane to say. Yeah.
Right.
Now we still haven't even had this match yet, and we've already seen Stephanie McMahon, Rhea Ripley. We've already seen Julia get involved here. So yeah.
What are the small issues? It was some small ones. Nick kind of pointed out a couple. Just some of the moments may have gone too long, or everything's kind of. I mean, it's a go home show. Everything's leaning for tomorrow. We're not going to get a whole lot tonight. We're not going to get overly spoiled going into Money in the Bank.
Does this feel like the most of a go home show? As I got Naomi, I'm saying, we're literally in less than 12 hours. We're going to be back here for all the WWE wrestling here for the whole Saturday and all of that. So this feels like this is almost like a pre-show before a pre-show. This is it is so close to when the other show happens that it takes away almost from it.
Yeah, no, I would agree. The only thing that I was thinking about, this 4-show number has been kind of bugging me the last couple of days, and I've been kind of, the more and more I think about it, even if you are like, I think there's a happy medium where one booker goes way too far over. I think even if it's 4 really cool things, yeah, I get the quality over quantity or over quantity for sure, but you can come up with one more quality thing. Like even if you have to share a little bit of the time, it just sometimes even going to money in the bank, there's not a lot to talk about. Like within the little bubbles, there is, but it's just you need almost a little more for people to go, oh shit, that too.
But yeah, but I think though with this of having those 2 Money in the Bank briefcase matches, they'll manage to make it work and not overstay their welcome. Like it is the dangerous, it's the Occam's razor of am I doing too much? Am I not doing enough?
Yeah.
Type of line there. And I think with the tag match with John Cena and Logan Paul, Jay Uso and Cody Rhodes, give that time, just entrances alone and all that. Then you have the 2 ladder matches, 45 minutes apiece. Yeah. I think it's one of those, and especially following a previous show.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, and I think I know where you were going with it, but I'm curious to what you have to say.
I was just going to say, I think they might realize to get out of Dodge before they overextend their welcome and they over abuse their fucking runway here.
A UFC night is a big impact on this.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
O'Malley's back. O'Malley's back.
Oh, 315 is the same night. Yeah, they will be out of there by 11. They will be out of there by 11 because
that's what I mean. They're like
10, 11 ish.
Right. So, and they get in, they hit a few hours, pull shoot, and then, I think it's, part of it is they're in LA. Like Triple H is going to be at the fights by the main event. Watch.
Oh, yeah. He'll be fucking leaving it. Well, and is it, fact checkers let us know and everything, is it going to be in LA as well? Because if it is, then for fucking sure, they are going to they'll segue and advertise UFC 315 during Money in the Bank. Yeah, because I know that it's O'Malley taking on somebody for the title, and then Juliana Pena is in the other kind of co-title.
Not to correct you, I hate correcting you, but it's 316.
Oh, I was one off. Austin 316 says I said it was 315.
It's background references. Where are we going? It's in New Jersey, so maybe we're off. Our theory might be wrong.
Well, East Coast versus West Coast time, we got to cut in. I don't know. It's still, they're partners. It still makes sense. It just would be even more validation to the argument if it was literally down the block.
As Santino is in the ring, kind of doing a rah-rah speech, as he's going to have to take on Mark Stone. We're going to find out. Robert. We're going to find out why I always want to call him Mark Stone.
Because of Smart Mark. You keep thinking Smart Mark.
But this might change the power in TNA, Nick. And we do have a trios women's match going on in the other side.
I got Julia and Stephanie Vacour right now going at it. So the power is on. The electricity is vibing. As KJ's taking some libations, I guess. But KJ's taking a pause for the causes. I got Julia versus Stephanie Vacour right now in the ring. And again, I'm not clicking any more links. I'm standing my business. They couldn't upset me. AW did with this shit on Wednesday. So I got 10 minutes before my Against All Odds. I don't got the pre-show, but I got Julia versus Stephanie right now. Rosetta Stone. Dig through the ditches and burn. Stephanie and Julia starting off this match. Old friends, new rivals. Well, this is now new faces and new places into the main roster of WWE. Is now I got, I thought we were about to get Naomi doing her best Stephanie Vacour here, but we've got a cake-off. Not a great English bake-off. Yeah. Did Julia kill a wolf before the match tonight? She's always came out here with the pelts and everything. She's, she's a small games trapper. So how the fuck did we jump to here? So we had Stephanie went the devil's kiss, the yeah, and everything like that on a Naomi as Rhea was just slapping around Julia for whatever reason. And Alexa just decided she was just going to start stomping out Roxanne Perez against the ropes here. Like that literally just sprung out of fucking nowhere on me. Where's Booker T on NXT? Cake City. Yeah, I'm getting feeling like goddamn. We mentioned New Jersey. I'm feeling like getting Buddy from fucking Cake Boss here. But I got Naomi and Stephanie in that core going at it right now. And again, you can let us know who you got for this match, who you got for the 6-woman tag match. With you got, okay, but simple, Team Heel or Team Babyface. Team Heel is Roxanne, Julia, and Naomi, which again, there is no we with Roxanne and Julia. We got Team Babyface of Stephanie, Rhea, and Alexa. So all the goth mommies versus all the cautionary tales. We have Beautiful Madness in literally Naomi, who's out here with caution tape, and fucking Roxanne Perez Pop Rocks out here. Nick, here's a Spanish lesson for you. The Iconics make me want to watch La Máquina de Tempo cartoon. Now, Christian, normally when you provide a Spanish lesson, you provide what that means in Spanish and not just telling me to read Spanish. You could have made me say something terrible. You're making me sound like I'm talking about mantequilla out there. But yeah. Matt Cardona on TNA. Yes. He's been in TNA. He was just on TNA the other week, challenging for their international title and everything versus Steve Macklin. So yes, Matt Cardona is very much TNA. Who do you think will get what the Alan? Why are we asking about this? Who do you think will get released from WWE between Raw or SmackDown or NXT? Why are we calling for people to get fired? Like what? Who does that help? What does that do for anybody? And why do you want to know? Like, why are you hoping for people to be unemployed? We've got more cakes in the bakery. Christ, you're making me think of the George Carlin joke of where you takes the cake. Where do you take the cake? You know where I take the cake? Down to the bakery to see the other cakes. Special ref Matt Cardona between Robert Stone and Santina Marella. All right, god damn it, y'all. You're gonna make me click these goddamn links. I'm gonna try and find this pre-show right now. Countdown to Against All Odds. So I've got right now we're hyping up the Trick Williams versus Elijah match that's going to be coming on later tonight here as I'm in commercial break on Friday Night SmackDown. So again, be a friend, tell a friend, like, share, and subscribe. We do this for anything and everything, and trust me, we're back at it like a jackrabbit. Literally, you take a good little night's sleep and everything, and just hit that bell notification so you can set that for an alarm and everything. I'll let you know right there. To where we'll be back at it like a jackrabbit tomorrow for 2:00 Eastern. We'll be running straight through all the way from Against All or from Worlds Collide through Money in the Bank here. Nick, is the prediction championship on the line tonight? I don't know if it fully is, but goddamn it, I'm gonna put it in right now here. So here, folks, it might be still adding into a cumulative score instead of a tonight's score, but KJ's on a pause. I got the controls here, so I'm gonna drop this in here as I got still waiting to make sure that they officially announce this match here because I got Matthew Reinhold and Tom Phillips here as I'm struggling. But if we're going to officially get Robert Stone versus Santina here, once we get this pulled up here, and I know I'll drop it in the chat. You can let us know. And that'll count towards your cumulative score for the predictions title. Words. I can say them. Did Ospreay really get his girlfriend signed Crazy Work, Another Woman to feature Monet? A what? No predictions title. All right. I guess the bosses came down and said I'm not allowed to do it. Fair enough. Tony Khan said, "Nane." The agenda is Liv Morgan winning Queen of the Ring. Oh God damn it! then main eventing SummerSlam and get her title back in her hometown in New Jersey. I mean, that could be a thing. 316. I will not say that you're fully wrong with that. That could be a thing. Thank you, Gidget. No title. TK just signed Will Ospreay's wife, Alex Widow. Was unaware, was uninitiated. Is she taking over the merch for the Jackson's wife there? Is that what she's doing? What is her position? Is she an in-ring talent? Is she backstage production? I do not know. Yeah, Dad said no. Dad said no. You have been overruled. I will rule you. Nick, the Iconics remind me of Video Killed the Radio Star. Well, good on you, Christian. Of whatever vitamins you want, sir. Can I please have two? But yeah. Yes. I was watching the mommy when Daddy said no. But I got tricked backstage as I'm still in commercial break right now on SmackDown. Yeah, we're hyping through the whole card for Against All Odds. Joe Hendry versus Frankie Kazarian. It's crazy that Joe Hendry before was talking about watching TNA when he was a teenager, and he was probably still watching Kazarian wrestle on TNA, who's still there in TNA. So that's a little interesting. But yes, everyone's favorite non-alcoholic beverage, Trick-N-A, as Alexa Bliss right now in the ring with Naomi. We're back in action on SmackDown. Miss Ospreay is wrestler too. Fair enough. Good on you, Scott. I was unaware. The last I was keeping up with Ospreay's relationship status was when he was out there still attached to Miss Blair, Miss B. Priestley, and everything like that. I haven't kept up with the Ospreys out there. I was a little too busy, I guess, keeping up with the Joneses. So I have not been fully aware of relationship statuses. Big tag in Rhea and just instantly taking out Roxanne Perez. Alex Windsor, that Will Ospreay wife just signed with TK's promotion. Yes, I feel like we've gotten it. Follow-away slam from Rhea on Roxanne. Flame saying Smackdown. No, I wouldn't say that. I think it's been smack average. That's where I'd probably put it. I don't know why that delicious non-alcoholic beverage joke cracked me up, but it did. I mean, sometimes I say funny. I don't know. I don't try. Oh, thought we're about to get a Riptide. Instead, we get pretty much a Razor's Edge and then Shining Wizard from Rhea Ripley. 1, 2. Naomi breaks it up here. The hand is rather distressed and clear. Well, why did you need to announce that? Switch the other hand. Call it the fucking stranger. Don't tell me. Roof blow off when Rhea in the ring. Absolutely. But wait. Twitter tells me she's not over. She's fucking Rhea Hogan, right? The Twitter told me she's different. The Twitter told me that people don't like her. What? Yeah, Razor's Edge. Oh! Fucking plants Rhea with a DDT to Roxanne. God damn. And that's the thing is Rhea versus Roxy could be a fucking feud that doesn't need a title. There is enough talent in this women's division that you don't need to have fucking 6 titles to matter. You could have no titles and still matter. What a novel idea. As the pre-show is ended, as Against All Odds, the main show finally is kicking off right now here. As we're getting a "This is awesome" chant as Naomi out there waiting for the tag. As I got the FBI warning on Against All Odds. 20-star match. Nice DDT. Riptide countered absolutely into a tornado DDT. Big Dog Nick, I'll give you the whole bottle of vitamins. Some Haterade to wash it down, my guy. Pause. Fair enough. Oh. Riptide Rhea with the stupid sexy Rhea pin on Roxanne after she just got literally fed to the fucking wolves there. So is that babyfaces win, Roxanne eats the pin, is that Julia has to stay strong. So when she takes on Zelina, and Naomi's winning the briefcase, so we got to keep her looking strong. But again, does it follow the laws? Does it follow the laws that, you know, the three, the baby faces that went over on the Go Home show are already working at a deficit booking wise, shall not go over, shall go under on the pay-per-view here. But Team Babyface with the win here. Team Goth Mommies 2-2. Can't even watch a whole SmackDown, man. 2-2. I'm such an unk. I get tired too quick now. Now, when did unk become like? What is the qualifications to be an uncle outside of just you have nieces and nephews? Because I am literally and figuratively an unk, I guess. Here, well, no, you're dad now at this point. You've been established.
I'm
your
also,
daddy.
I can be,
We
can
watched
be both.
Mommy. Now you're daddy. Pause.
Both can be true. Now, real quick,
that's ancestral. I don't know.
I will say I was typing the answer as you came up with a new answer. So I didn't mean to give you in trouble.
That normally happens.
But I did not mean to take the fun away. But yeah, no, that's a lot of math.
Dad said we can't play with the Xbox.
Right. I was like, no, and then I hear you as I'm typing, like, oh, okay.
No, I'm good to fuck some shit up.
Not at all. But yeah, we are getting the start of TNA. We have JC Mateo and Solo in the back strategizing.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Daddy's home. Let's go. At least y'all know.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Right? Who's your daddy?
I'm so glad now. Fuck, you ruined it. I'm so glad the chat didn't do that. Now you're gonna fucking the next time you take a pause and I'm here, it's just gonna be literally in the chat.
Who's your daddy?
I'm Pedro Martinez now. You turned me into a Boston Red Sox pitcher. Well, I guess I gotta just call KJ my daddy.
Oh, with the look.
Sauntering Fatu.
Jacob's got an unhappy look on his face, overhearing what Solo was saying to Cobb. So this is not good for the bloodline.
When does he have a happy face on? Like, how do you decipher? How do you differentiate?
Right. Well, I mean, he smiles once in a while. But TNA is kicking off with Mance Warner and Steve Macklin. Holy hell.
Somebody gonna get hurt real bad.
Now I don't know if you guys talked about it. I'm gonna ask the chat. Anybody out there in chat land, if you were watching TNA, I know Matt Cardona came out. What was the synopsis? What was broken down out of it? What did we gain from it? Matt Cardona.
You're not asking me that. I wasn't watching that.
Father White. There's two. That sounds so wrong in so many ways.
Fucking cult of KJ out here.
The cult of White Net. That's not good. It's not
whoa,
good.
Whoa.
We're gonna have to brainstorm.
Yeah, not that.
KJ and Nick, who was on the phone with Tasha Steelz backstage. Dun dun dun. Being that we are not stalking her or her provider, I'm not sure the answer.
Well, I mean, we do have. Are we getting tonight of? I could actually probably double check it, but I think we're getting Mustafa Ali versus one half of the Good Hands. So Anthony might have to fill us in of where we got an instant fallout in the same week,
right?
Of his cabinet.
Yeah, was there not a better person that he could have fought? But anyway, two quick things. One about AJ's comment. The internet audience, I was on my pause, so I was able to kind of just pay attention to what was happening on the screen. Huge, maybe pop of the night for Rhea Ripley. Huge pop. For everyone out there that makes you think or makes you want to think that Rhea Ripley is done, people are fed up with her. Again, the building tells us otherwise.
Yeah, the over push, the Rhea Hogans and everything. Well, the paying audience, and if we even want to judge it on the overpaying audience, potentially is still cheering, is still getting clapping like a seal for that. So
right,
but
Macklin
no,
and
the
Manson.
chat was answering you of, I guess, Cardona, and I think you actually said this of Cardona's the special guest referee for Stone and Santino, Sanchina.
Matt Cardona rarely runs it down the middle, so we're gonna see how that plays out. That's gonna be definitely interesting. But I appreciate the chat for the answers. Yeah, I didn't quite catch what happened there. So yeah, it's Matt Cardona, the special guest referee, as Bobby Stone, going back to his old stomping grounds, take on Santino.
Yeah, Robbie E out there. Just it's going to be huge, so great, such a great main event of the evening. So many good matches out here.
Man, if I could only do an Elon impression right now, this could get real.
It's not hard. Just oh fuck, I'm gonna get myself in trouble. I'm not gonna touch that. Yeah, just talk like you got hit in the head with a brick. But yeah. But that's the thing. That's the greatest rivalry of the summer here. We got,
Yeah, I see people calling for the SummerSlam match.
SummerSlam, Money in the Bank over the custody of Joe Rogan.
Oh, we got tape.
What?
We got Bo. We got Bo.
It's not linear.
Grief is not linear. I like that.
Is it interesting to do this during Men's Mental Health Month?
It does bring awareness.
Bold strategy, bold strategy, gotten bold strategy.
It does bring awareness, Nick. Be a friend, tell a friend.
It does bring attention. I don't know about awareness, but attention is one thing. Oh, that was so fucking good though. It was a two-frame fucking shot, and they had Bray's face beside Bo's, and they looked like a fucking mirror.
See, this is the thing with the Wyatt stuff. There's so many fans that want this to do well and are like instantly pulled back into it. They got a shot. They got to do it right though.
Yeah, I really would love to see fucking Queen. If they can at least pipe in goddamn Freddie Mercury and everything like that, because it still reminds me of Queen. I feel like it's a little bit of that of we keep constantly reminding of Bray. Is it over because I want Bray? I like Bray. I don't know if I like Bo, but I like Bray. I love Bray.
Yeah, but I think this is like watching what I'm watching right now. Like this is good. So I'm kind of like, all right, this is good. Where does it go?
Open the wound of apathy.
Yeah, like do you see the little flashes of each member of the Wyatt Six?
He's still like it is still crazy how much he can instantly find like this whole avenue with this.
Yeah. We will not be forgotten.
To go though from Bo when I couldn't stand him when you got a Bo leave, and I thought this guy is just a jobber on the next level, and now he's out here pulling in.
Sorry, Johnny Gargano. Well, I don't like that. So the whole tag team division, on notice and together.
Why is Ciampa here with no shirt on?
Yeah, he's like the Pac of DIY.
1 Pac, 2 Pac, 3 Pac, 4. Your Pac, he's Pac, no Pac, none.
Let's go. I've seen this before and it was mid. I don't expect anything different. I would agree with that. That's a fair assessment, Boston. I really don't think you can be that confident with it. I like what I like them beating up the tag team division last week. I like the vignette we just got. Can it get somewhere that it doesn't feel average? We'll find out. That's all I'm saying is only time will tell. They're not going to get too many swings at this. So let's hope they can land something here.
Right. Well, and I like this SmackDown division here. We've got all got to connect and deal with this issue here.
DIY versus the Wyatts, it looks like.
everyone's just like, did you not see what happened to Chad Gable?
Right.
The Freaksy, how fitting that the Freaksy shows up as we get the Wyatt showing up here. But yeah,
What up? What up? What up?
I like this though from Ken of you can only half-ass the 6 so many times till peeps lose interest. You can only so many times bunt before infield shifts.
Yeah, at some point you just don't believe that it's there, right? So I think I'll give them a little bit of grace because Bo did get hurt. And I do feel like that impacted the dynamic here. But now you're on and running again. You can't stop and start it. They're seemingly going after the tag division. We'll see what comes of it. The challenge is to Triple H. Can he salvage it? I completely understand why anyone has a criticism of it.
Did it feel, though, with the initial, as we do still have Mance Warner and Steve Macklin going on as we're getting a hype up for
killing each other.
Worlds Collide. But when the Wyatt 6 initially debuted, the ceiling felt here. The roof is caved in, and now the ceiling's about here. How much more do we get? And now the ceiling's more here. We're now in the basement.
No, I mean, I think to say they've dropped into the basement's fair. I don't know.
I'm not saying that yet. I think just the roof's caved in, and now the peak, the pinnacle is a little lower.
Yeah, I definitely think you took something that was super hot and you let it cool down, and now it's just about as cold as it could get. I believe in we were just talking about Rhea Ripley, like the fan reaction when they came back was big enough that you're like, okay, what more can you do? Tonight's vignette, nice little touch. I liked it. To me, it was solid. I guess they're going to be in action next week. 2 of the members of the Wyatt 6 against DIY, so that should be a murdering. And then, I mean, I understand why people are skeptical. I am hoping that they can build momentum here. You got to start somewhere.
Well, is it when you get, you got a nice, you order pizza and everything for your favorite pizza place and everything like that, and you got a couple slices left over and everything. And that's what we had initially. And you throw it in the microwave. And you're hoping it's going to be fucking either amazing on the right amount of vitamins or it's going to be hot ass. And we're hoping right now that they're actually going to take off this again. They're going to run with this when it comes to the Wyatt 6 because this is second go around. You only got 3 strikes and we're on strike 2.
Yeah. So that, I mean, again, I completely understand and would agree that you did this really cool holy shit moment with them and then didn't really follow up with it. It's like cracking a homer in your first at bat, but then just swinging at air for the rest of the night. Again, I think you got to start somewhere, and at least they're off to a good start.
Right. Well, yeah, an injury or not, of even still with Bo getting hurt, but you did nothing to at least keep it out of lukewarm at a room temperature or anything. You stuck that shit in the freezer, and now you're throwing it back in the microwave, hoping it pops up fresh and hot and ready.
Yeah, sorry, and I'm just doing a little bit of research.
This was talked about it while you were on your pause, and I entirely forgot about it because allegedly she's a wrestler. I don't know if she's just running the merch store.
Alex Windsor. I do believe
Windsor
that.
Not like can I ask her how to tie a bow tie?
Right now, will this affect? Now, can Will Ospreay still come out and do those like I fly back and home every week, like sad songs?
Move to where you work, asshole.
Like, does he still get to do that now if his wife works with him? So I guess you're bringing the kid. Panta's here.
He's gonna be fucking pitching popcorn and shirts in the fucking down the steps. Ospreay. Pitching out, getting concessions.
Nah, like she pro wrestling.
Well, I meant the kid. If we're gonna bring the kid, he'll be out there up and down the fucking program. Get your program here. Yeah. Butt scratcher.
It looks like she has a total of like PWI ranked her number 24 in 2022.
Okay, well, that was 2 years ago. Has she wrestled in the past 3 years?
34, she was ranked 23. In 23, she was ranked 34. In 24, she was ranked 42. So she's been on the decline.
Well,
I
might have to. Well, I said this while you were on your pause, and I'll have to, I guess, investigative. Now I got research and couples counseling here.
Right.
I don't give enough about relationships in wrestling, but
no.
The last I knew was when Blair Davenport beat Priestley and Ospreay were a thing. I haven't cared enough beyond that.
No, and I mean, generally we don't dive into a whole lot of the personal side of things, Nick. But I mean, the significance here is Will Ospreay's the best talent you have, and we've kind of seen this pattern with Tony. They hired his wife.
Well, you fired the last wife that worked there that did merchandise, so we got to hire a new one, right?
Right.
Christ already now. Steve Macklin just picked up the win over Mance Warner as we're setting up the tag match between the Creeds and Andrade and Penta here on SmackDown, as I'm in commercials all around.
Commercials all around, folks. 70% went with Macklin. You were correct. That was a hell of a match. I know we're a little distracted by SmackDown, but that was a big, hard-hitting match between Macklin and Mance, and a big win for Steve Macklin, your international champion.
I still really, what was it? It was Mance and Gabe Kidd. I want that match again. Wasn't that match to where literally you had the fucking water fountain, the Kool-Aid, sprinkling out of Kid Mance's forehead?
Yeah, pretty much. I still think with Macklin, I mean, the night that they had to like staple his forehead back down.
God damn, I forgot about us being there.
That was gross.
Man, it was like a carpet that rolled up. You had to staple that shit back down to make sure no one tripped over it.
Right.
You had fucking Bride of Frankenstein, his fucking forehead.
Right.
Yeah, where's fucking Swerve with that? Instead of his tongue out, it was Macklin's forehead.
Right. As they are running through the card for Against All Odds right now, folks. And we got more coming. Like Nick said, we got to pull up right now for Penta and Andrade taking on the Creed brothers. This one should be fun. As the night rolls on, we are in the 10 o'clock hour, and I have Elijah on my screen as well.
Yeah. He looks like he walked into a closet and came out backwards. Like, what the fuck? You got a green-ass cowboy hat-ish. Like, you look like Gandalf and Mr. Dress-Up combined.
Right.
He's got his own t-shirt on. He's got more scarves than my mom owns drapes.
Right.
What the fuck?
The stream the night Macklin got scalped was insane. We were going nuts. Gnarly. One of those things that are surreal.
He's literally having to staple his forehead back to his fucking scalp. I can see the skull.
Right? I can see his brains. That's not good. Who do you think he is? Shibata? This is ridiculous.
They didn't transplant it, though. They didn't transplant it. No hot pots, no hot plates were involved here.
That's an interesting comment from Scott. Penta has not done the taking off the glove gimmick at all. Where he would take the fingers off the glove and then he would throw the glove to Abrahantes.
I'm not. I'm sure if I watched it back, I would remember it. But I guess you're a bigger Zero Merdo fan than I.
Zero weirdo fan.
No, I said Zero Merdo. I didn't say fucking weirdo.
The Zero Beardo here in the house.
Zero Beardo might fit actually. That's your new shirt. Zero Beardo.
Right. 93% of the chat going Penta and Andrade. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And we have the system coming out on TNA. So we will see how this one breaks down. I think the Hardys are getting a mystery partner.
Yeah, well, the system's wearing the attire of every dad at a cookout during the summer of 2025. Yeah. All
right. Oh, by the way,
What?
I've forgotten and remembered this twice already. Did I read correctly? Our man Carlito out there getting championships already? Going down to Puerto Rico and picking up some
I thought
gold?
that was already a thing. There were people already talking about
They were
that. Like, I
cycling
think
it
that just
today,
might have
like-
gotten announced now or shown.
Yeah.
But I had people that were telling me of like fitting he becomes that promotion's champion.
Yeah.
I think it was actually JV mentioned it to me of he became their champion and they had attempted to try and buy it and got rebuffed. And that some people thought that might have been why Carlito was I say nay nay.
Maybe.
You tried to buy my promotion, my dad's promotion, and we said nay nay, so I say nay nay.
Or, you know, they're doing the old WWE trick is, you know, send in the plant. Right?
I thought you were about to go send in the clowns.
There you go.
Zero. Oh, so I've now backfired into snafu into my own new nickname of I am Zero Weirdo.
Nick, except for the slippers. The dads, for sure.
Oh,
just missing slippers.
What in the fucking Jeff Hardy?
Jeff was too lazy to paint tonight. He just dipped himself.
Bro.
Oh, shit.
The Minecraft movie. He's a fucking creeper out here. That's supposed to not be a cool thing to try and be a creeper.
He's like, oh, I got to paint my face. They're like, you have 2 minutes. He's like, I'll just pour it on.
he went neon spray tan here.
Nick losing it was genius. There you go. Any guess who joined?
Those are two things that have never been put together in a sentence until now.
A savant.
No, I fit the idiot part of idiot savant, not the savant part.
No, savant is in there. Who's going to be the mystery partner? I have no idea. Leon Slater seemed to be the rumor. Maybe there's a surprise.
I'm a jack of all trades, except I never went to trade school.
Our truth.
I just swear to fuck. I swear to fuck. They were playing his music. I'm not hallucinating. They were playing his music on the countdown. I don't know. Right. Well, that's the interesting thing. It's not a release, so there is not a non-compete. It's a non-renewal, so we don't know when contract may end.
And if they had an opportunity to do something,
it is fucking delirious. I am serious. It is fucking delirious. The hometown man. I'm telling you right now, if you've ever watched Ring of Honor, that is fucking delirious. And you know exactly.
Delirious.
And he's been talked about to be the booker for TNA. Is delirious. Ring of Honor, Hall of Famer, Ring of Honor legend. That is goddamn delirious.
That's a little wah-wah.
Well, then when you don't even announce him as delirious, you don't even announce him in any aspect to put the fucker over. You announce him as hometown
guy.
That is like Chris Hero without the hero. Just Chris.
Yeah. So we got Leon Slater with the Hardys and hometown guy in a Suns jersey.
I am just a hometown guy, my guy.
And right now the Creeds and Penta with the big boot.
Never bet against TBD jersey, so we know he's a knucklehead.
Right, exactly, Damien. Never bet against TBD.
Mm-hmm.
The Hardy Boys, Leon Slater, and a mystery partner for the win.
Who do you have? Well, who do you have? Is I've got Creed with a
Andrade Penta
on Andrade. Straps are off. Sorry. Mm-hmm.
I haven't said anything, but Cody Deaner got fired, like had to leave the company, right?
His beard don't grow that fast.
I don't know. I'm torn now.
If Anthony's right, he's going to be up there with Mr. America and Hulk Hogan. The blue blazer.
He's definitely wearing Diener-esque items.
Well, now I'm gonna goddamn try and figure out tattoos and shit.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought for the longest time just
that
the
is
beat. And I was like,
100%.
that's goddamn delirious. Now you're
That
making me
is
question my
100%.
life choices.
That 100% is Cody Deaner's wrestling gear.
Fuck. Fuck. No, now I've been wrong on 2 shows in a row on something I thought I was so confident and been so wrong on. If that has Cody fucking Deaner,
right?
It makes all the fucking sense because it was Eddie Edwards, or no, was it Edwards or was it Kazarian that sent him packing? It was Edwards. It was Edwards that sent him packing, and it's his way of. It is literally the fucking Captain America, Mr. Patriot, all that's the Hulk Hogan of. Right? I'm gonna slide my way in here of. Once I unveil this mask, then you know who I am. But until then, I am the hometown guy. Fuck. That's why they introduced him as the hometown guy. Because if it's Delirious, you introduce him as Delirious. He comes out in his
that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, versus now it's the hometown guy. God damn it, Anthony cracked the case in 2 words.
Yo, and it's getting over.
Even the commentary are saying Deaner. God damn it.
It's like, and he's getting over his shit with the crowd. But
that's why he's the hometown guy.
Right? The Creeds are all over Andrade. They've taken the crowd out of it, and they are working as we got about 80 seconds before we come back out of break here for SmackDown.
Fair enough. I got hometown guy with bulldogs and all that on Eddie Edwards right now. Raining down punches in the corner.
Right now, Super Eric. Yeah, let's go. I thought it was Shark Boy. Let's do that.
Well, he made all the money off that Shark Boy and Lava Girl movie.
He ran.
Give me a show, yeah. Why? 4-3 Panthers. We got a superhero on TNA.
Right.
Stand back. There's a Deaner coming through. This might be the best showing from the Creed brothers I've seen in a while. Valid.
No, it's a good match. Solid match.
Well, it's been the first time that they've been allowed to get themselves over. Of they're not putting someone else over.
I don't know how true that is, but I just think they're getting better every time we see them. I feel like there's a lot of development happening here with these guys, and they got a lot of natural gifts. It's just trying to, hone all of the skills they have and make them into solid professionals. It's definitely Tina.
Main event of Worlds Collide 75. Hometown guy versus El Generico versus El Grande Americano.
Right.
Identity on a pole match.
Identity on a pole match. The severed match.
The upside down.
Hashtag superhero in training. Hashtag
that's superhero. So good. I forgot about that.
Oh, crossbody. Pen is in. Yeah, that's jokes.
Fucking Rosie.
The
big dog before the big dog, actually.
Right?
Too.
Why AEW don't do superhero gimmicks? They do. They got hologram.
They do super villain gimmicks. They just all fucking can't be beat. Yeah.
Oh. Deaner with a nice move coming out of the corner.
We're at this point. It's the same thing. Like with Grande. Just that's fucking Deaner now. The kayfabe, the mirage has been shattered here.
Right.
I'm still. What the fuck has happened to Jeff Hardy? Nuclear waste, Jeff Hardy.
Gable's trying to take the mask off. Hey, Vikingo!
No! Hey!
Let's go! Let's go.
Is it too much to say that more people have watched Vikingo just fucking beat off Chad Gable on Raws and SmackDowns than they ever did on a Dynamite or a Collision or a Rampage?
Well, I mean, Vikingo's another one of the guys of just throw him in there. Here's the move.
Well, I'm just looking at metrics. If we want to talk about metrics.
Oh, Canadian Destroyer. He said it twice.
The Gulf of America destroyer.
Gulf of Canada fucking destroyer. What are we doing?
The Gulf of the Great Lakes destroyer.
The next time he throws a guy against ropes, it's a Mexican whip. Like, what are we doing here? Why are we changing the name of the move when
Argentinian whip, sir?
It's what are we doing?
Listen, America, we just get to name shit.
Big win for Andrade and Penta, looking good.
But and how come Seth?
Look,
Seth, he comes packaged with the commercials,
right?
Seth comes out every segment and then followed by a commercial,
right? Well, I'll put it this way, man. In the famous words of Shorzy, you got to set the tone, and that is what Seth has done here tonight. He has set the goddamn tone for the whole show, plus the show tomorrow. Seth has made Money in the Bank about Seth.
I just come straight down.
Right. It's good. Now, we're doing the old Shield.
The Battle of Waterloo.
They're going to get help. Who's going to help? Who's left?
Dragon Lee, Ray Fenix, pick a lucha, any lucha.
Oh.
But again,
okay.
This is all a bloodline of just, I'm going to play the numbers game. I have it in spades here. And even then, I can always add somebody else here out the blue.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, man.
Oh.
As again, the crowd is screaming for CM Punk.
Slingshot spear to Andrade from Braun.
But
are you putting Seth so much over that he doesn't win?
I think that is the biggest probability here, where it's like, what will stop the evil Seth?
Stop.
CM Punk, Roman Reigns. You have a big hero moment when you stop him from winning. Stops everywhere.
Oh, let's go.
So, you might get your wish. Maybe Penta gets pulled. Maybe Penta gets pulled.
I don't give a fuck who gets pulled. I need Cross in this match, goddammit.
Not this.
Also going up top. But they keep looking. They keep looking like they're waiting. Tsunami.
Oh, it's Jason Jordan. That's why I didn't stop. Never mind.
Well, yeah.
That's why I did the move anyway. Hey, you get down. Nope.
Fucking country club ass,
I like it.
looking ass.
Nick, this is everything Moxley thinks he is. This is everything that Moxley says he's going to do and never does. This is exactly what the Death Riders should have been. Showing up when they want, how they want, and fucking people up. Playing cat and mouse and running away all the time just so you can do a spike spot or bleed again or not sell for an entire fucking match like you always do. This is exactly what the Death Riders should have been. And Seth and the Dangerous Alliance, that's what we're calling them right now, are killing it and doing exactly that, causing chaos.
Rollins is a mystery. Yeah, no. John Moxley is a smashing pumpkin because even despite all his rage, he is still just a rat in a cage.
I love that. That is well played. That is ridiculous.
Well, and honestly, Mr. Quake, I have to just quickly address this, but yeah, no, 100%. Moxley's on a fucking hamster wheel here. So cringe, bro. Fucking Brusso, is that your burner account? So cringe, bro. Or Dark State. Seth over Ambrose. Well, I give you that. I don't know if you were trying to say that Seth and them were cringe. I thought that's initially how I was reading it, but now I'm seeing you might have been going the other way. But yeah.
Diener Tope. Mystery Man.
Yeah, no, it's not Diener. He's not employed there. Tope con hometown.
Tope Delirious.
I still feel bad because I was like, it's clearly him. No, it's fucking not him. Not even by a little bit.
I'm just like, just for everybody.
Beard, long beard. It fits the description. If we were playing Guess Who, I would have been kind of there.
You would have had 2 tiles.
I'm like the Family Guy bit of it's a jackal. It's a jackal.
It's exactly what that was. It's a jackal. Was it right the first time?
On Thursday. It's a jackal. It's a jackal.
Seth Rollins is making enemies left, right, and center. It won't end well for him. Yeah, eventually the heel gets his comeuppance. So again, the list is getting long, but Seth is so powerful right now between having Heyman in his back pocket and the 2 Brawns. What do you do? How do you stop them? They get to do what they want, when they want, how they want.
If that's a poker hand, you at least, bet on the fucking before you even see the river or anything like that. Yeah. If you got 2 Brawns in the pocket here,
now,
it's kind of like 2 birds thrown at once.
Does this make releasing Braun Strowman even worse because he could have been in the Braun group?
3 Brawns in a bush.
3 Brawns in a bush. They could have been the triple.
That's a straight.
Right? They could have been like the fucking triple Bs.
Seth Rollins and the Brawns.
Right? Like Braun's like, wait, why did I have did he get the short straw? Listen, we can only have 2 Brawns.
They're the B sharps, baby. B-sharp. Oh, boy. How I adore. Braun Strowman was the Wiggum. Braun Strowman was the Wiggum of the fucking group here with the B sharps. Vance, I met the system was a better dark state.
Paul and Paul, Seth, and crew are still in the ring coming out of commercial. And Leon Slater just pinned Moose.
And will be your future X Division champion.
Yeah. That's a good
and we asked earlier, I asked earlier of Heyman, what's his role with Seth being good on the mic? And this is perfect here.
You get to break it up. Why would you boo that? Why would you boo that Seth is the future?
Seth came out and did his thing, and now Heyman gets to put him over. Look at how great he is. Same thing with Roman. Look at how great my visionary, my revolutionary is out here. He moved Roman Reigns out of the way.
You love this man so desperately, and now you are so just dismissive of him. It is great. He's such an asshole.
I am aware that I am an asshole. I really don't care about all of that. No. Nah. And Seth is fucking hyping all this up too. Think about it. You didn't even know.
We are the vanguards of destiny. That can't be their name.
Oh, somebody gonna get a Stephen P. Noon soon.
Right, but that can't be their name. They're not the vanguards of destiny.
The vanguard. Oh, fuck. If not, they will be online.
Right, 2-0. Don't tell me the name of the faction is the future. I thought that too, Boston. I honestly thought, are they going to call them the future?
At his leisure.
I could see WWE signing Ace Austin for sure. If I was Tony Khan, I'd be interested as well.
Is Paul Heyman the greatest chameleon in pro wrestling? You put him in any situation, you drop him in any scenario, and he'll come back leading a fucking army.
Yeah, he's definitely been the chameleon of chameleons. I don't want to put it wrong, but he's kind of got that cockroach spirit. You just can't kill him. I don't mean to be disparaging, but you can't kill him. It's going to be Paul Heyman and Cher at the end of the fucking earth. Paul Heyman and Cher are going to have to revive the world.
He is, what was it? Is it Doomsday? That's Superman's biggest enemy. Of every time you kill him, he comes back in a different, a better and stronger version, and now has adapted to where you can't take him out that way. Yeah, that's where I feel like Paul Heyman's kind of out at this point.
Oh,
adrenaline in my soul. Something, Cody Rhodes.
You prevented me from cursing for no reason. Cody Rhodes is in the house. This whole show's been about Seth. This is excellent. They are running
Right,
amok.
well, this is proof positive, like you said before. This is the new bloodline. You had whole shows, you had whole weeks about Roman.
Yeah.
This whole
yeah.
show is about Seth.
Do you remember when some of those SmackDown shows, all that mattered was like the 4-minute segment we got every 20 minutes with Roman and the bloodline in the back? Come out, cut a promo, and then keep going to the dressing room to see the latest update. That was
You will acknowledge me.
Yeah. All the nonsense, like them sitting in the back eating popcorn, arguing, and then Sammy's trying to pop people. That was like, honestly, that's kind of what this is starting to feel like. Of they're making it matter. And if you say you're going to take over, you got to put your actions behind that. You can't be standing in the crowd biting your thumb as one of your teammates is getting stomped on. You got to pick your spots when you retreat. But if you're a badass that's causing chaos, you got to give us that. You got to do it.
You got to go, Conor McGregor. We're not here to take part. We're here to take over.
Right? Okay. This is taking a while. Let's go, Cody. Move your ass. Underlay.
All the way around on all my screens is I've got Mustafa Ali how to take on one half of the good hands here.
Is he the left or the right hand?
Well, depends on your prerogative. Do you call him a stranger or not?
It's a Dutch rudder.
The invaders from Raw, by the way.
The invaders.
To quote,
I like it.
Can Barrett.
Who's Ollie fighting?
I don't know whether
what hand is he fighting?
That's beside him, but he looks like goddamn JD Fance's fucking cousin.
Yeah. No, but serious question. What hand is Ali fighting?
All right.
No, legit.
Like this shit. Left or right?
No, legit. What? Like,
I know. I'm fucking waiting to get to the Wikipedia page. God damn it! Just
who's
let me
on
get
first?
Joke.
Listen to this crowd.
Fighting Jason Hotch. So.
Oh, it's Hutch.
Hotch.
Oh, we got Oos. And another huge pop. Dude, you find me another wrestling company that gets 4 or 5 pops in one segment twice in the same night.
Well, and it was interesting. I've seen the clip going around. And it's funny how that one doesn't get shared because it actually says information from somebody who works there and who would actually fucking know anything versus a lot of narratives from people who like to view things from the outside. But Paul Heyman even points out of minute by minute, of rating by rating, whatever metric you want to measure it, of Jey Uso is a draw. Of Jey Uso spikes numbers, Jey Uso spikes merch sales, Jey Uso spikes attention and engagement. Love it or hate it, it's undeniable.
Yeah, you're not wrong. As we are coming up to the 11 o'clock hour now, folks.
He's your new John Cena. He has to pick a fucking kid to sit there and you want to eat with me, little man. That is still sus as fuck to say out loud now that I say it. But yeah. Folks, eat with me, little, and put that shit in my hand.
Right. Oh, Seth and the crew bowing out. Up next, setting up tomorrow's match.
Right.
The people are loud for Cody. The people are loud. Don't believe the internet. That's why we are the WFU. Because the people on the internet can say all they want. WWE's in trouble, and oh my God, what are they gonna do? And things are bad, and Rhea's not over, and Becky's not over, and stars. Tonight has been flooded with stars. Pop. Just Jiffy fucking pop up in this house all night long with SmackDown.
Yeah, you'd think it was Memorial Day or the 4th of July. I'm just glad that, I found the Chuck D to my favorite Flav because we're out here, don't believe the hype. We're just public enemies out here, my guy.
Right.
But yeah, and it's really interesting. My only thing is, are we running through Cena dates that we have left on the calendar? If this is, a motivational calendar and I'm just ripping shit off until I find a quote I like here a bit.
No, because I think this, again, I wonder if the comment we read earlier tonight is accurate. Like, Cena coming in and out because he has select dates, it hurt some of the builds. Like we had no Cena last week. And then we come into this week, it's the night before the last 15 minutes of the last show. Finally, he's here to have, something to say. And I think when you you're not escalating the aggression, you're just having, like periodic arguments in the ring, the fans get kind of bored because it's not going anywhere. And we won't see you next week anyway.
But this is where you have enough other people involved. You could get a Logan Cody segment. You don't need John. If we're staying true to we got, say, 20 dates left.
Yeah.
I don't need to use up dates now in a tag match that is cool. It's going to be a thing, but it ain't going to end up shit. Versus we get towards the end and the nitty-gritties and everything, and I need him for this date and that date and everything, which, by the way, I know you mentioned this earlier on your pause. I'm about to pause. But I think that John Cena loses the title on his last night, and that is he puts it over. He goes out on his cross to bear and everything. He goes out babyface hero. But I will be back.
Yeah, and I'll continue this as Nick's taking a pause for the cause, folks. We are about 40 seconds away from the return of commercial break for SmackDown. Right now we have Ollie and Hutch going one-on-one, one half of the Good Hands, who have had a bit of a falling out here with Ollie. So this is going to be a big match for Hutch. I mean, Ollie comes in with a much bigger name. The Good Hands have been around for a hot minute, but they haven't done a lot. We'll see how this match goes. I'm interested. But as far as what Nick said, yeah, I think ultimately, you have to keep Cody relevant. You got to keep things mattering. Now, the only two scenarios I see playing out is the one that Nick said on the way out, as far as John Cena's last night. John Cena drops the belt, then goes out on his back. The only other option I think is he loses it a little bit earlier than his final dates, and he has a couple moments of, a farewell night kind of idea. But I got Jay in the ring. I got Cody in the ring. We got 12 minutes on the clock. And again, over as hell. Over as hell, folks. And in all due respect, be realistic. Is there any other wrestlers in the industry right now getting these kind of reactions? Maybe one or two. And they're doing it in front of much smaller crowds. But my God, the crowd was loud tonight. Truth gets a huge pop and sells tons of merch too. A different scenario though, let's be real. And it's on a different level, right? Jay's in his prime, kind of getting pushed at the best he's ever been pushed. I mean, I love R-Truth, but it's just not the same. It's not the same. Ollie's been unhinged lately for sure. We'll see. I did like that segment as well. Cena heel run could have been better if he came booking it Flame. I don't think so, buddy. He would have had random shit. It would have been like Cena versus Goldberg. People got to stop saying this because we know the evidence is out there. Things were really bad under Vince. Really bad. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks. All right, back and forth. R-Truth don't sell shit. Sells enough. Do you go into Cena's last night as a celebration or a confliction with conviction? That's the best question. How do you want to do it? Do you want to go in as like so long, farewell, da 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 da, or do you really want it to be like, oh my God, this guy's really gonna pull it off? After all these months and all this time, Cena's gonna ruin wrestling. Cena's gonna leave with the belt. Is there a chance that Cena wins and leaves with the belt? Yeah, but I don't think so. I think the best thing he could do is put somebody over because my God, it wouldn't help his legacy if he's like, nah, I'm going to go out on top. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks chants echoing through the building. If Cena retires with title, do they get new title designs in the tournament? Probably, Frankie. But yeah, highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. I'd be shocked. But I guess that would be the point. I think that no, it's brewing. And then what you do with that is, there you go, Big E from Jay. And here comes Cena. I think what they did a good job of, and I talked about this a lot on Wednesday, Christian, is when you want us to focus on something, you got to put it in front of us. And I think sometimes the booking in any company, if you have too many other moving parts around the situation, it gets, when it's go time, we're about to get ready for this match, you got to let CM Punk cool off. You let the focus change to Money in the Bank, and then you can reintroduce Punk. And you kind of almost want that out of sight, out of mind. So it's even more of a, oh shit, he's here. So that's what I think there. They're far from done. As Cena walks out, belt backwards, towel on the neck. Last time is now. Desperate men do desperate things. That's what John Cena has done lately. Yeah, listen, I'll be 100% honest with you, Ronan. I believe that if you never had Travis Scott involved and did everything else identical, there'd be a much better feeling about this whole scenario right now. If you subtract Travis Scott and the shitty end to WrestleMania 40, the crowd, they're cheering Cena. And you had a better end to WrestleMania, then I think this whole situation feels better. But yeah, I mean, he's got to pull out the stops. And if you're going to be the bad guy, you got to be the bad guy. You got to do bad things. Anthony, I don't know if Anthony can hear me right now, but as far as I can tell, this Ali Hutch match is cooking. And the crowd in the building for SmackDown are losing their mind. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks. Like, you find me another wrestling show that their fans are this loud and this dialed into everything. Cody, big pop. John Cena, big reaction. Jey Uso, big reaction. John Cena is going full Lakers. Yeah, well, being in LA. Yeah, thank you, Anthony, for confirming. But Cena making them re-announce. He wants them to get it right. Again, classic, arrogant heel move. Yeah, this Ali Hutch match. Sorry that it's on at the same time as John Cena, but it is on fire right now. So sick of Cena's song. Well, you get nothing. And we got company. Down goes Jay. Cody eats the belt. Do you believe that Punk versus Jungle Boy would draw like Punk versus Rollins? No. Punk versus Rollins is big time. Punk versus Jungle Boy would just be, uncle whooping his nephew's ass. AEW had a chance to bank in on that. And it's, to me, when we look, oh my God, the pulverizer folded Cody's face. John Cena. Logan almost fell. Frog splash. He got his composure. He fixed it. Another splash. I never thought I would be on YouTube yelling John Cena and Logan Paul working together. What the fuck? I'll be honest, I don't even think I knew who Logan Paul was when I started doing this. It's crazy. Who do you think will induct Cena into the Hall of Fame when he goes in? R-Truth. Nobody is coming to save you. Look at this visual. I want this to happen. Look at this visual. This is the future of WWE, folks, right here. And I got nobody screaming. I know Mans is losing his mind. This is your future. Seth said the same thing. I am taking this home. And Logan takes the belt to the top. So that's the move. John Cena takes the one belt. Logan Paul keeps the other. The moment maker. The one of one. The inevitable. The future face of the WWE. People can hate what I'm about to say, but yeah, come on, man. I know you're with me on this one, Boston. I know you are. As Mustafa Ali gets a win in a really good match, unfortunately, there's some other shit happening. Skynet Cena. Putting John with Logan, to me, is smart. And people can debate this all you want online, folks. Take my 2 cents for what it's worth. But Cena, you hear the chance, the 50-50 chance. Cena working with Logan gets John a little more genuine heat. Because when you're as loved as Cena, it's hard. People, we still love him, right? It's like our truth. I still love him. I still love Big John. Orton would be a good shout, Damien. Absolutely. We want truth, and John Cena says you can't handle the truth.
I literally was trying to come back, God
you
damn.
Can't handle the truth.
Fuck you, Cena, and he's out there with the Lakers attire and everything out there in LA. I literally, as you were like, I know I'm losing much. I was literally pacing in a corner.
John is tearing into the fans.
Acknowledge that you got him fired. Acknowledge that you got him fired.
Fucking, that's Logan, the only thing missing.
Hot tour. That this man has the fucking belt on
you
right
hypocrites
now.
Chant
that's the closest he ever going to get to that shit.
You hypocrites chant for truth, and you're all pathetic liars. We want truth. We want
this, you nailed it on the fucking head. If you never did anything with Travis Scott and just started this with Logan Paul, now you've got Hollywood John Cena.
It's my last time in Bakersfield. Take a good look.
But this is how you get John visceral heat. Like, actually, fuck you, Cena. Not, I'm supposed to boo you.
Dude, this is devious shit, though. John Cena says, I'm out. I'm taking this belt home, and this man next to me will be the
That's how you end this fucking show.
Yes!
John Connor.
Let's go. What an ending to that show.
You have vitriol heat with John Cena now. And especially, he didn't fully go with, oh, I got truth fired. We want truth. You can't handle the truth. That's the best. That is the best line of the week in wrestling.
But based on the fact that the fans started chanting, we want truth, he either had that in his back pocket waiting for them to do it, or regardless, he literally turned it right on the fans.
Oh,
The
John's
minute
always
they did
prepared
it,
for shit like that. John's
right?
good on the. John's great on the mic.
You can't handle that's dude. That is going to be mean to fucking death. Gifts here
I
we
literally
come.
put a meme out there earlier today with Tom Cruise of "We Want the Truth,"
Right?
and it was
You
Truth
can't
backstage
handle
in
the
the
truth.
courtroom of saying, "I'm right here, dog."
Right. But SmackDown has gone off the air, folks. We will take a rating out of 10. I have the Iconics, the inspiration,
Fair enough.
on my
I
screen
am
on TNA.
trying to find inspiration to hit
And
pause and mutes on other screens. Yes, no.
I'm not
Yo,
sure how
I
much longer
literally.
this
Why
is
are they
going.
all so blonde? They weren't all so blonde before. How
Maybe
gone
not.
take me away with this shit? Like what?
Hey,
I can't tell who's who.
Come on. They haven't been
They're
gone that
all
long.
fucking blonde. They all look like goddamn Izzy Dame, fucking Fia Hair, all that. Who's who?
Once again, I'm going to ask the question: biggest heel in the game currently, Mox, Mercedes, Logan. Out of those three names, Logan by miles. Mercedes doesn't get any genuine heat. People aren't really mad at Mercedes about anything. Mox, well, everyone knows I feel like Mox has had the worst title run in AEW history. Like, I believe that.
Mox gets heat because of annoyance. Well, actually, Mox gets heat because of indifference. Mercedes gets because of annoyance. Logan gets because of just literally of just I can't fucking stand you.
Right.
And I think that this is now in the best way possible as I can say this of you've got splash over onto John Cena. John Cena, especially though, that's still the best line. My favorite line in a hot minute. Out of pocket, out of anything of, we want truth. You can't handle the truth. And for John Cena of all people to say it when it was his last match, that is, does it hang low? Does it wobble to and fro?
So, but here's the thing. In addition to that, he bangs out like the obvious line, you can't handle truth. Good, great kind of spin. Then but he adds on to the you people are hypocrites, you people are asking for the truth, but you're nothing but liars. That's a fucking epic line. And he dug into the crowd. So all of that is done with Logan next to him. Now you're really kind of like, fuck this guy.
Well, that's the thing is Moxley, I'm supposed to hate. Mercedes, I'm supposed to hate. Logan, I actually hate. That's the difference in who's the bigger heel.
Yeah.
Logan by miles. CJ, what up, my guy? Mox is overrated. The same with Sasha Stanks. Sasha Steaks? Is it Steaks or Stanks?
Steaks. Let's go. Do you want Truth to come back? It would be amazing if there was a moment where Truth gets involved again, right? Like comes out and kicks John in the nuts and Cody beats him. Like I'd be down.
But they did the closest that they probably were going to do to what we said of acknowledging you're the reason Truth isn't here. He's the one that's going to address it. He's the one that's the focal point. Everybody made the jokes of screw you, John Cena, with all of this. So he's the one to address it. He's the one to acknowledge it.
Right, David, how are you? 9.5 out of 10 show. Wow, that's solid strong. I don't know if I'm that high, but I'm definitely it's not often that at the end of the 3-hour show I'm feeling super jazzed. And tonight was one of those nights where I was like, God damn, like that closing segment killed. It killed. And know the smart one? Logan said minimal.
Thank God there is a God in
Smart.
heaven. Right, 100%. As I've got the first class of Penthouse here,
right?
I know Wesley might be fighting them for over the Penthouse name,
but
I think tonight felt initially, and I even said it, like it was going to be so much of a layup, and they just crossed over it and dunked that shit home there. That I'm kind of I'm Kenny Smith at the dunk contest right now. Business is picked up right now. Yeah, Superman is in the building.
Right. Well, I mean, again, I think it was a hell of a go home show, like Dave says. I think that that might be one of the best go home shows of 2025 as far as setting up the pay per view. Tonight was a really good job. Seth was all over this show. I love what they're doing. You know, the women look good tonight. They were setting up their stuff. I like what they did tonight. They really got you, like you said, felt like the pre show to tomorrow.
Yeah, but it was the pre-show for tomorrow, but again, it felt like they just could have had the easy layup and instead just we're gonna dunk that shit. How we ended that.
No need. Right.
Well, it was so good of like you didn't have to do that, but I'm so glad that you did.
Right.
Because you just nailed that shit.
Absolutely.
Like you're already up 3 runs and you hit a grand slam. All right.
Right. 9 out of 10 says Ronan. It's like when you take a clapper on an empty net in hockey, but you get beat up for that.
Oh, I'm glad you followed up with that because I was about to just go clap on.
9.5. Wow, 8. I'm more in that area, like 8. I think it was an 8 show. I thought the ending was great, saved it a little bit. There was still some stuff. I mean, a 9, 8. Like a lot of people love this show a lot tonight. 8, 8.5. How you feeling?
I'm around there with an 8 and everything like that. I did like there was one of them. Christ, I can't even fully remember it. Moving on. There was one that they were clicking through that caught my eye and chuckled me, but yeah. Of KJ, I agree with you saying Logan has heat, but saying Mercedes and Mox don't have heat is just wild. But okay, I don't think you exactly said that they don't have heat. I think it's just
to me. Sorry, Nick, but to me, Sasha doesn't get a lot of like the real heat, like the booing. Like they kind of don't react. They cheer for her a little bit. They murmur about her. I think she has better heat than Mox. I don't think people react to Mox a lot. Like I don't think like you give Mox the microphone and the fans are just like, boo. Like there's people in the company that are getting bigger reactions than Moxley.
Moxley gets the reaction of just anybody beat this fucker. Granted, Mercedes is a bit there. It's to me, it's the differentiation of this is going to sound the weirdest to say of the source of your heat and everything. Like Logan Paul, I still just you dislike him at a personal level and everything like that. When it comes to Mercedes or Moxley, it's like I know that's the character that I'm supposed to not like and everything. You're an annoyance versus I genuinely dislike you. Like I don't want to see you ever be successful. Santana.
Santana's got a bat. Santana's got a bat. This segment has gone way too long for a pay-per-view. Just throwing that out there, folks. Like we praise AJ Francis for what he's doing. This was way too fucking long.
To start at the 10 o'clock hour or the 11 o'clock hour. I even gave them an extra hour for credit. And then SmackDown goes off the air with John Cena and Logan Paul, and the heels go over strong, which means they're losing at the pay-per-view. And I like though Mike Santana, I just want to talk. You cost me at, NXT this week. I just want to talk.
Boring segment. Yeah, it was just went forever. But Mike Santana's here. Remember, AJ Francis and Casey Navarro cost him the TNA title on NXT on Tuesday. So Santana is pissed.
I know I'm on the vitamins and everything and drinking the Nick's secret stuff and everything. But we saw this man taping his hands up on the video package and comes out sans tape.
Oh,
hands is all free and clear. What the fuck?
Right. They made me care about a tag match main event that I initially didn't care about. They delivered. They nailed it. That's their job. I agree with that, man. I'm more excited about that match now than I was when the show started.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I hate.
Casey through the table. 7.75, 9. We'll come back.
If there was a drink spilt or if just Casey needs some perspirant.
Right. 7 out of 10. 8.5. Oh my God. AJ Francis is back. Piper and Zelina was too long. I thought it was a good match, though. I actually enjoyed it. I thought they did really well. And Zelina's been a bit of a rough sell for me. So I was happy that she had a better match, but she's doomed anyway because Julia's about to come and take that belt.
That would be one of, I would say, a low light tonight, but it also, like you said, it's setting up Julia to be in that spot. And we're very much, that's where you said you pretty much had somebody taken out of the women's match out of contention because you know where she's going.
Yeah. Now I must ask you, and then I'm going to take a quick pause. But
Fair enough.
Are you still holding out Cross Hope?
Absolutely. I'm down on my knees. I'm praying. I'm doing the Hail Marys. All of that stuff. El Grande Americano. Wow. We did not see it all tonight, by the way. We got promised every competitor for the Money in the Bank, so we saw no El Grandes. We got led and told and everything like that it's clearly Gable. I think we get the pivot. I think we get an interjection here because Seth was so much tonight, and it's not a bad thing, but it proved more and more and more that he doesn't need the briefcase to be a threat. He was already a threat as is and will always be a threat, and he doesn't need to jump into this.
Yeah. Well,
I like having the briefcase on somebody that's waiting in the wings.
Fair enough. I don't mind that either. And you're not wrong. And I think a new wrinkle to all this is the announcement of the King and the Queen of the Ring, because that coincides. Like, okay, you didn't win Money in the Bank, but you're going to win this. How does it play out if you win King of the Ring and then win? The Money in the Bank still in play. How does that look? Lots of options, but I shall return, Mon Frere.
Fair enough. As KJ's taking a pause for the cause, I'm setting up for Masha versus Xia Li. But as he was saying that, I was starting to think of, does it almost undermine the briefcase of we're already setting up to where somebody could get a title shot? Sans a whole other situation, a whole other tournament, what have you. Eddie Kingston coming soon. Don't threaten me with a good time. I feel like fucking Ronan out here. Not Ronan in the chat, but hi, Ronan. Yeah, Eddie Kingston coming soon, but one of those, he's the one who said it. But don't do that. Don't give me hope. I love me some Eddie Kingston. I thought he could have been a guy who showed up at Anarchy in the Arena. Could he be a guy that shows up and truly puts the nail on the coffin of Moxley as world champion? And we pivot to that story of Moxley versus Kingston while the world title goes another way. Could be. Denisha, what up? Big Nick, Cross could be King of the Ring. Yeah, that's a bit of what I was just saying, as I do have Masha versus Lei Ying Lee coming up right now. Sounds like I'd be not served at a bar if I tried to say that name. But that's my only issue is you're literally, as I got Indy coming out, but you're setting up the Money in the Bank briefcase, which is for a title shot at any time, for any opportunity, what have you. And before you even have that pay-per-view, you announce a tournament for a title shot for the winner of the brand at any time or at SummerSlam. So, yes, you need to build towards SummerSlam. Yes, you need challengers. Yes, they have a deep divisions across all the boards. But at the same time, when you're having a number one contender stipulation, do you need to have a number one contender stipulation already before you even announce or before you even have a winner of the first number one contender stipulation? King Cross, that has a nice ring to it. Does he do the whole gimmick King Booker? But I like the idea of, and I said this before, and this is still why I stand true of, I still want Cross. Besides even, I just want to see the Righteous actually in WWE. Of Cross works and the briefcase with him works because how Seth would have worked before he had a faction. Of he becomes the puppet master. Of he becomes the guy who can pull strings. And it fits his character almost right now a little bit more than Seth. Seth can still have power. Seth can still have control. with or without the briefcase. Of even if Seth sat there and came out and stomped Jey Uso after his match with Gunther on Monday, even after he lost the Money in the Bank, what have you. Anyone gonna not think that could be very easily a title match? No. But I like the idea of Cross could be, well, he's gonna have to be a wild card, but I like the idea of it plays with his gimmick of being the puppet master. There are no strings on me. And you pair him with a group a little bit, you could have this bit of a counter faction, and he just becomes floating of I can't remember who said it earlier to fully give it credit, but Cross is a little bit like an insurance salesman for heel turns, I feel. So let him finally can finally call the internet chickens to roost here. But I've got Masha coming up right now, so let me know whether you got Masha retaining as Knockouts champion or you got Xia Li taking this one. Basic formula, go home show, I suppose. It was a bit, that's the thing. It was a basic formula, but it ended up a lot cooler. It's still, if you do that, at home experiment, baking soda, all that and everything. But this shit just was pretty goddamn cool when it did. Fucking Coke and Mentos, still same thing. Like, god damn it, it was a layup that was right down the lane, wide open layup, and they chose to just put a little stank on it and dunk that shit. So I'm with an 8 so far for Friday Night Smackdown. Right now, I've got Against All Odds, like I said. Good. Oh, that would help if I had the show on mute. That would be why I couldn't hear anything. As I've got Mackenzie Mitchell doing the ring announcers here is again predictions title may not be on the line, but you can still let me know who you're taking. Cena got his aura back. A little bit like Stella, he got his groove back. And that's the thing is, does Logan Paul being involved sans Travis Scott? Like if we would have started with Logan, I think would have helped Cena a lot. And it does now feel very much like Hollywood Logan Paul here, or Hollywood John Cena. We thought we were going to get that with Dwayne being involved and all that, but him now is very much him paired up with Logan Paul. It's destroying wrestling. It is I'm going to ruin wrestling. Thanks, Dale. She hasn't answered my text. Who's what now? Did my future ex-wife test to wrestle yet? Oh, all right. Yeah, no. Don't, but which, by the way, and I know you're joking, Frankie, so I won't say this directly at you, but let me know you're taking it. I've got Masha up on this. Of wrestling accounts and everything, just wrestling fans as a whole. Some people, not on y'all, but out there. We're getting arrested at NXT shows, the stalkers and everything. We're getting, cryptic messages about it has been reported and will be addressed. Like, can we just be fucking normal for a little bit? How about that? We're in the limelight here. Wrestling's cool again. Maybe we should just cool it up a little bit with that too, or at least pretend you're cool. Act like you've been there before. What are we named? John Cena versus Dante Chen. Not no way, not no how, not no ever. That would have been pure gold. Logan was Cena at the beginning of Cena's turn. Yeah, and I know KJ mentioned this before. Nick, you're such a douchebag. Thank you for noticing. But I think that if you would have had Cena and Logan at the beginning of that, and you never had the Travis Scott issues and everything, there's a bit of a wrestling fan base that would have never had that sour taste in their mouth, would have never felt instantly jaded and just now everything shite because it's not what I want it to be. And it would have not exactly like it would have validated the heel turn a little bit more and solidified it. And honestly, I'm starting to wonder, can John still have good wrestling matches? I want to see Danny Luna versus Masha. Damien, you're after my heart. My heart beats still. I would love me some Danny Luna, especially because they broke him up. But Masha right now in control here. Setting up Tope. And I do like Azalea Lee. I do. Oh, Masha fakes the fucking spear. Cannonball on the outside. Who recently released from WWE, recently released, period? Who's a free agent right now in pro wrestling that you think shows up in TNA? Clearly, everybody's been out there pitching the idea of Raw and the Truth Killings comes back to TNA. Could that be a thing? Could he be a world champion? Do you get an R-Truth Joe Hendry segment? Do you get R-Truth and Santina Morella backstage going back and forth? I'd love to see the comic aspect of it. Yeah. Xia Li wailing away on Masha. Cedric's not a bad show. I'm surprised he hasn't shown up in the Hurt Business at all, but we shall see. As Xia Li is walking with Masha on her shoulder like that. Walked up the steps just to drop her off. That's crude and unattractive. TNA is booming too. Ex-WWE Heavy could be a problem soon. Actually, that is true and interesting. And does the connection to WWE lead them to almost become too much WWE? I know that they very much still separate but equal. They've done well of Tricks, the TNA world champion, and they very much sold it of, what are we going to do? We've lost the title to the competition, what have you. They've sold it over like Rover. But do you get too many recently released WWE talent that just takes a hop, skip, and a jump, gets a nice little refresh in TNA before they move back on over? Xia Li in control. Reading that TNA interest in Cedric Alexander, as they should be. I saw both Frankie and Damien both mention Cedric too as well. Dale, it's an obvious choice. I'm surprised he's a guy that still, post the 90 days, is still allegedly currently unemployed. He's a guy that we thought before, and it would have most timed up perfectly if he replaces what MJF would have been in the Hurt Syndicate, and you spin that way into an MJF versus Bobby feud because MJF was rejected versus accepted. As I got a 2 count. How about Indy Hartwell versus Masha at some point? Oh, it's all going to happen. That's the thing is, I would say right now, WWE, I don't know if I want to start splitting brands. You can ask me if you want me to. But WWE as a whole has the best women's division. TNA is the number 2, and then AEW's the 3rd. And as we saw with her even earlier this week with Mariah May showing up in NXT, which is still so crazy that happened this week. And it's an afterthought at this point. But yeah. Drape over DDT on the outside. But yeah, and WWE is very much up in their women's division. The Knockouts division, I feel, is very much about to get filled out. The AEW women's division, it feels like we're reaching an apex. We're crossing, we're reaching at a line of demarcation, and we're getting to Monet versus Tony Storm, and what happens, what's left after that. Roman is returning tomorrow night, says Jobson. I don't see it. I don't believe it. It would be interesting. He would have to show up. I started to turn into a certain voice with that. It would be interesting. So great. So huge. The big dog. So big. Tribal chief. He acknowledges me. But if Roman showed up tomorrow night, he would show up to cost Seth. That's the only way he shows up. And even then, I think Seth versus a CM Punk is the match you have before that. Seth versus Jey Uso was a match you have before that. I still say WrestleMania 42, whether it's in New Orleans, whether it's in Vegas, whether it's in San Antonio, London, Indianapolis, for all I care, spinning back heel kick of Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins is your main event of WrestleMania 42. Book it, Dano. Johnny Wrestling. My opinion, Dynamite was better than SmackDown. That's just my opinion. I almost halfway, Johnny, can see your point. If you're going with just the 2 hours of what was Dynamite, and I know KJ is going to come back all piss, fire, and vinegar, of the 2 hours, I can see the contention, I can see the discussion. I still think SmackDown was better. I think the collision post-haste.
Not even close.
Post-haste. I said post-haste, and the man showed up.
Dusted. Speaking of piss and vinegar, no,
Johnny.
Dynamite. I mean, the first 2 hours up against a 3 hour SmackDown. I thought SmackDown cooked tonight. I gave that first 2 hours a 6 out of 10. There's still a lot of holes, a lot of things, and I was actually proud of a lot of fans out there over the last couple of days because there was a lot of backlash about you have a 4 hour night and 14 minutes of women, and a chunk of that time was 2 women shoving meat in their face. Pause
on all of that. Well, Price, that's a lot of that audience is already regular viewing. Just saying. But yeah, I know we talked about this, and that's what I was saying. Of you and I are different on the first 2 hours. I think the last 2 hours was very much detrimented as an anchor and a weight that AEW show has to bear. I think SmackDown really, the back half of it especially, just brought it home. Of that was slam, like the last end of SmackDown really put it ahead of that show for me. Of they both could have been discussable sevens.
No, I don't. I thought
you asked my opinion. I'm giving you my opinion.
My opinion is it was much slower and a lot less interesting. I found SmackDown so much more interesting tonight.
I can see the discussion. I can see it. And I think, especially like I said, I think the end really fucking nailed it on the part for me, and that really
helps
send it over the edge. That's the thing, is that's where it starts to get that divide of sevens versus eights, sevens versus 8.5s.
And maybe because I watch a lot of that. Like, as far as Dynamite goes, I can definitely be critical of it. And it's just certain things that I really want to happen. And I'm getting frustrated with, like, okay, so Hangman's going to take on Moxley, but now he's yelling at Swerve, and now Swerve's yelling at Ospreay, and Hangman's standing there twiddling his bird. Like, I don't know why we can't just focus some of this and make it exciting because you're really into the guys that have a beef. It's a tough show, but I mean, again, I understand if you liked it. I don't think it was better than SmackDown.
Right. Well, this is Johnny, and I see you've even saying Collision was good too.
Collision was bad.
Where we agree.
This is where we part ways, my friend.
Right. Yeah. So hard to say goodbye.
Right. I hate goodbye.
No, that was just, it was too much. That was just, all right, I'm sick of eating fucking cake. All right. No, that'll be the first time you ever hear me say that, folks.
It's like you got to the last layer of cake and the last layer was shit. That's the problem. You might have had, the first layer of the cake was pretty good. The second layer, not so bad. The third layer is just mud. Like, that's how the show kind of went. There wasn't enough. And the fact that there was a 5-minute overrun for a fucking Paragon match that nobody cared about. And the ratings came out, the quarterly hours, and you see how many people just said, nope, goodbye, good night, as far as your audience. Not comparing it to any other company, to themselves in the same night. You have this many people watching. Why do you only have this many people watching now?
Right. Well, David Valentine, breaking news. Vince Terrell, Jethro McMahon is expected to announce the launch of Capital Wrestling Corporation, CWC. I thought it was like 14th something or whatever.
14 and 1 or 14 and 14 and I, which sounds terrible for an accused
That's how many cases he has. 14 versus I.
14 and I. Oh, bro.
As soon as he settles the Janelle Grant lawsuit, absolutely. Which fucking Johnny Ace ain't doing him no favors. How do y'all think Vince's new company is going to do? Terrible.
Terrible. Who goes to work with him? What person is going to be?
Who wins the feud between Trump and Elon?
Right, like that becomes the dilemma. Okay, so Vince opens a company. Great. Okay, we're gonna do a job fair. We got to hire some wrestlers. What wrestlers are going to go and work for Vince? Like, honestly, what fans out there are going to support the brand? You're fucked from the gate. There's no way that they're going to try and do this. There's no way.
I mean, have you seen America, though?
Oh, I know. Well,
Hulk Hogan, the real American beer, about to be.
Did he buy Hooters yet? Oh, Masha gets the win.
Yes.
Did Hogan buy Hooters yet?
Oh God, that's the new business. That's the new business model.
2025. What is happening? No,
I don't want to be in this timeline anymore. McAvoy or Stewart. These timelines are confusing.
Yeah. Can I go to a different simulation, folks? This one's starting to trip me out.
Can I go back to the Bernstein Bears instead of the Bernstein Bears?
Right. Mr. Beast is the only social media star who would get cheers if they came to WWE. I don't know though, because we're so protective, AJ. Killer Kelly's here.
MK Ultra, whips and chains.
MK Ultra's back.
Fucking Mombod, how you doing?
Now they had a great feud, so she drops the chain, walks away. Oh, run this back. Let's go.
I miss me some Killer Kelly.
Yeah, she took time off. So her and Masha were a great team. They were great enemies. And if Killer Kelly, like, there is somebody where you go, legitimate threat to take the title.
You know what that's setting up right, though. Dog collar match.
Well, I think they had something like that already.
Can't run it back. Can't run it back.
Run it back. I'm good, man. I'm not going to argue. They seem to enjoy it.
Right.
Tay Mello is back to big, huge silence. Yo, did you think it was funny? And I mean, I found it entertaining. Mm-hmm. You have Tekla that are debuting. You made a big deal about her signing. You botched her first appearance, production-wise, but she's this big deal. She's going to make her debut. Mm-hmm. You save it for 11:45, and you do it right after like a Tay Mello return, and before the main event match. You just sandwich it in there. Not a lot of people were talking about it today. There wasn't a lot of buzz about it. I was a little surprised.
Well, it is interesting. I mean, Christ, we could talk about how they snuck in, the major announcement. Now, you have to always look at Canada, because I'm seeing the border brawl. But you always have to look at Tony and the way he looks at you, whether it's major, special, huge, big, whatever type of announcement that he's doing.
Got like the fluffy system.
Right. He's got a fucking scale here. But we wait until damn near the midnight hour to announce
that was the other thing, yeah.
Omega versus Okada.
Yeah.
All in for all bouts included and everything like that. This is where you wrote me in because we were talking about that match 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Just saying. And we don't even pretend to be insiders or journalists. But yeah, and then you wrote me into the fucking stand for then with fucking Paragon or Paradigm or whatever the fuck they are.
Yeah, I forgot that even happened. See, like you're clumping things together in not a very good way.
They clumped some shit together, my guy.
No shit.
I think when I go and change my cat's fucking litter, there might be some things clumped together too.
It's time for Tony to clean the litter and start fresh.
He needs a new box, my guy.
AJ, I'm far from a Logan stan. Let me be clear. I'm just saying a huge following plus athleticism is a draw. You got to sell tickets. You can't just be athletic. It's a big part of your job. And I mean, as long as Logan Paul's getting huge reaction, and bringing huge eyes to things. I said it. He's going to be a champion in 2025. That was one of my bold predictions in January. We can run back the tape. I kind of want it to happen just because I think the noise it's going to make, the ripple effect of it.
That guy could come back at any point there. Bad Bunny versus Logan Paul.
It's not even the same. No, because Bad Bunny sucks.
Oh, no, he does not.
Bad Bunny sucks.
Well, I don't know about his personal life, but God damn it, quit saying that.
Legitimately, the fans got excited because this guy does a crossbody from the second rope. Like, woo! Like,
this man is just fucking Hangman Page, and we got excited for.
He's athletic. He does fucking great moves.
And Bad Bunny ain't.
No,
he's just light.
No way. Bad Bunny is not a good wrestler. That's why he had to do street fights with Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny over Logan Paul. Bad Bunny is not a wrestler. Instantly delighted.
Right? I love it. No, Bad Bunny is not good. As Joe Hendry is here.
Yeah, taking on Hendry versus Kazarian. But yeah, back to your original point with the whole Thekla debut, and I know we had talked about it we said we were going to bring it up during the commercial break. You had thoughts and opinions and feelings on it. Mercedes Moné, 6th, 7th, 8th time a champion now. Vienna champion. She's got the Vienna sausage. I before you say anything, I am going to throw an outside theory because Thekla is Austrian. Shout out Arnie. That with this being she won a title in Vienna and a company that works over there. This is a way to pivot and bring that in. We're just going to go to the roots and the boots.
I got an idea. Make the titles you already have feel a little fucking important. Just a little bit. Fuck it. It's a wild idea.
Title, yeah.
But yeah, okay, fine. I'll take that. Maybe that's the thought process.
Well, that's a reach. I might have pulled my back out with that one.
Right. Yeah. Fair enough. You know what I thought of today? I feel bad for the wrestlers in these companies that show up, don't get paid very much. A lot of them have multiple jobs or a second job outside of pro wrestling, and they work and they work and they work. And slowly but surely, Mercedes is becoming like the Goldberg of pro wrestling, where she just shows up, and it doesn't matter what run people are having, doesn't matter what was the story. She wins and jacks everything up. So some poor wrestler that's busted ass just gets their shit hijacked because a billionaire is willing to float a few extra bucks over to the booker to make his star look good.
I'm not halfway joking, but I am joking. But didn't a commentator from New Japan get suspended and almost fired because he basically said the goddamn same thing, talking about New Japan working with AEW? Funny how that shit, what comes around is all around, Ricky.
Yeah, he got himself in hot water for that one, and partly why I think we might go unanswered when we reach out. But nonetheless, shit,
they showed up in our chat. They showed up coming to us. We didn't come to them. Pause.
Facts. But I think ultimately, I don't know, man. I don't know. But I got Joe Hendry, Frankie beating each other up.
Fair enough. You wanted to wait for a commercial, and I caught you at the start of this match.
No, the Mercedes thing, like I said, I really thought of it from the point of view of, like, imagine I worked in some, some small Austrian wrestling company, busting ass just to, doing it for the love of it. And this overpaid multimillionaire shows up, jacks your title, and says, "I'll be back later." And I know people are going to say, "Well, she's helping put over the company. There's more eyes." People are not going to start watching, the Austrian wrestling company because Sasha had their belt. I'm sorry if you think that. I'm wired to disagree. Sorry.
Put that title down now. Yeah, do it. But that's the thing is, it's not. We've seen the belt collector gimmick done before in the same company, but normally when they go out on it, they go out on their shield and they do a tour of giving the belts back, of their Steve Rogers putting the Infinity Stones back in the timeline.
Yeah.
I don't think Mercedes will do that ever. We still think she's fucking Thanos, Galactus out here eating worlds.
Mm-hmm. And part of the crazy thing is, and I'm not sure if the last title she just won is the only one, but I think there might be one other one at least. There was no like, hey, Mercedes is coming. Let's sell tickets. Mercedes is going to be here. World title match, sell tickets, get this show over. None of that. It was literally surprise appearance. Wait. So no build, no nothing. Just pop, I'm here. Thank you. Hijack.
That'll put asses in seats, right, Shivani? But I like though, we've got, instead of Better Call Saul, we got Better Call David, Stephen David Pinu out here. If Thecla and Mercedes cannot fight each other, they have a pact between them that states they can never fight each other.
Is that a true story?
Is this official? Did Aubrey oversee this?
Yeah. Is that from
Stardom?
Where
the fuck did that come from?
I don't know. Is Mercedes becoming like the Debo of wrestling? Like when you see her coming, tuck your belts, tuck your belts,
tuck your chin in. Now, was she be coming around? I'd be quiet, but when she
be quiet,
I mean, say again.
Just her on a squeaky bike,
big cross-eyed and all.
Somebody's got to do that visual of Mercedes Monet as Debo.
Say what one more motherfucking time.
Logan Paul is a wrestler. Yes, he is. Joe's still over as Rover. Yeah, and this crowd for TNA has been pretty energized for most of everything they've got tonight.
Well, yeah, and still, whether we like it or not, of Friday special shows, all of that, but we're still more often than not sellouts here.
Yeah, again, maybe smaller venues, and like you said, they were here in my neck of the woods, and they were turning fans away. That's crazy,
right? Yeah, they were literally beating down the doors. They're like, we don't have a Leafs game to watch. Let us in. Let us watch the wrestling.
Right.
We need something to do with our free time.
Right.
In all honesty, Mercedes is good in the ring. I will give her credit. Her versus Hayter was probably the best match of getting Double or Nothing.
Yeah. Again, I've been very critical of Mercedes. I thought her match was really good at Double or Nothing.
It's just the way Tony Khan just puts her over so easily. No, that is sandpaper going the wrong way type of shit. It is abrasive.
Yeah, but I think Frankie's point is a little bit true of the sense of all these big moments she's having, they all feel like layups. They all feel predetermined. They all feel uncontested. Like I don't really feel like she's ever at risk.
She's just in the layup line in the warm-ups. We were talking about Smackdown of could have had a layup and dunked that shit.
Yeah.
And she's just out here doing layups in the fucking warm-up line and still bricking some.
Yeah, like she's throwing up these layups, bricking a couple here or there, but like flexing like she's just fucking breaking the backboard. That's the disconnect with the fans. Like she is literally rolling one off her finger and then just turning around and strutting like she just shattered the rim. Like it's crazy. It's all like I'm dunking on you and you haven't even left the ground. I don't get it.
She's out here
like an eagle. What?
Did you just say want to fly like an eagle?
Fly like an eagle.
Oh, I thought you said ego, not eagle.
Yeah, fly like an ego. Yeah, no shit.
Well, she would have had to ask for help because her team can't help her get out of the woods. So yeah.
Andrade couldn't even take a curb stomp. Did he? I might have missed.
Huh?
Maybe I didn't catch it.
Well, no, I halfway thing I know it's when Seth showed up for, was it the second, the third, or the fourth time when he was taking out Andrade and Co and everything like that, and he did the stomp and it was a bit higher on Andrade.
So the flip down.
Well, it was more like middle back than on back of the neck, back of the head and everything, so it looked high, but he still sold it and it still went off that way.
Yeah, for sure. Can we get Camille versus Deonna Purrazzo for the first time ever? Yeah, probably in TNA or NXT.
I thought you were about to say only in picture.
Only in picture. Deanna's such a sweetheart, man. And she cracked a wise ass joke. And, the fans kind of ran with it. And then it happened. She was like, my bad. Like,
it could happen to me. It could happen to you.
Hilarious. The first time we've seen her on Dynamite in weeks, it was in picture, but the wrong picture. She was in the commercial, not the fucking show.
Well, Camille's still missing in action. She's not even a Misfits in action. She's still just MIA.
People I feel like she pulled like a James Storm of like, nope, this is not for me. I'm out. But there's mixed reports of some people are saying that, she was delayed because she was filming the movie or she's involved in a movie. And then she was apparently maybe injured. And then other people said, no, she left the company. Other people are like, no, she hasn't. We don't know. I feel like the next time we see Camille, it's going to be at like a WWE show.
Most people say honesty is the best policy. I think when it comes to AEW, honesty is the best policy if you want to go home.
Yeah, right? How many people have like tweeted out or said something out loud just because they knew they were going to, like, we knew Andrade was like, all right, you say I smack him again, I'll be right back. He
actively was like, all right, let me go punch him. Like, that's a whole other thing. I think Camille probably just said something to the wrong person, just was like, can't stand working for this goddamn shit and everything. And just was getting pushed under. And all right, you can go home now. Like, we're hyping up that Wardlow's doing TV shit because we haven't seen him in 17 months.
Yeah. 17. Has it been 17?
I don't know. I just threw out a number, but it might check out.
At what point is he not a wrestler anymore?
Yeah.
Good match by Frankie and Joe, by the way. The thing with Camille is she was the longest reigning NWA champion of all time. And so she came over with a degree of understanding the sport, of what they're trying to accomplish. And she's in a perfect opportunity to build something between her and Sasha. And it clearly didn't go well. And I think when you have that kind of story and that kind of frustration, is it potentially that Camille wasn't, Tony doesn't love when people aren't happy-go-lucky. He gets threatened very easy. So if Camille was a little angry about maybe getting shoved under the rug, yeah,
if you're a little disenfranchised, and by the way, just for clarification's sake, you said she was familiar with the sport, not the snort, right? From working with NWA. Because it could be both. It could be both. But right. I mean, let's be honest. NWA is passe. It is almost comical at this point. It's just really interesting of you have someone, you big them up, you bring them in, you Joe Hendry with a 2 count, you set them up to be in a top situation, and then just they all of the sudden disappear. It feels so similar and reminiscent to Wardlow of just been there, done this, hyped up, going to be the top guy, second hand to the top guy, and then all of a sudden in the mist, out of an abyss.
Yeah, like where's the payoff? Where's that moment? And I mean, Joe and Frankie putting on a clinic tonight. It's one of my favorite matches of the week.
Oh,
like literally cooking right now.
Well, and this is the TNA feud that actually has a hype up through the Twitters and everything. This is Kazarian out there. I was debating whether to call him Frankie, Kaz, or Kazarian, all the names. Right. But has the back and forth of, Joe, you f this up for all of us. You lost the belt.
Yeah.
You lost it over to WWE.
Yeah.
Now, granted, is it interesting that when Joe Hendry was saying he watched TNA when he was a teenager, Kazarian was probably already wrestling in TNA?
That
shows a bit of the age gap between here of that, Kaz might have already been, he might have been an X Division champion by the time Joe Hendry was watching TNA.
Joe's out.
What?
One. I love this. They don't do enough of this anymore. The old hand drop needs to come back. Bring it back, folks.
Yeah, but if I
Yes,
didn't
let's
see him
go.
looking at me dead in the fucking eyes and everything like that, like I
I
know
love
Joe's
that
great at
class.
selling shit, but he was so obvious with that. I clicked back. I was looking at the
You're
matches.
rooting
Yeah.
all my fun. I think they need to bring that back.
Oh, I get it, but tell me that he's gonna fucking actually go out. I could see him watching the ref the whole time with it, though.
I thought I didn't. I thought his eyes were closed at some point.
That's just because your eyes are
Oh,
closed at some points.
yeah, pretty much. Kazarian up. Oh, Kazarian got it.
What?
Joe is in trouble.
So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye to you.
It's been an
To you,
outstanding
I'm
match.
going to take adieu.
A doo-doo?
No, not doo-doo, but yeah, no, I think that this is where Joe takes some time off. He goes away. And I think, could this be the sun is setting on Joe Hendry and TNA?
No.
Okay.
I think it's the beginning of a redemption arc. He rode high so long and everything went right for him. The hero needs a downfall, and maybe he takes a little bit of time off, and cools off a little, and then bang. Or maybe he's close to transitioning elsewhere. People do I know they have contracts, but it doesn't take much to negotiate a release date. Hey, for X amount of dollars, give us Joe now.
So, is it a bit with Marvel renting out or Sony renting out Spider-Man to the MCU out here of, well, we'll let you have Joe Hendry, but you big us up a little bit too.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, right? But Joe Hendry loses the title. I love how the TNA locker room handled that, publicly, and you had a couple Joe sympathizers, he did his best. But then the people were like, can't believe you let us down. And that's what we're seeing here is he failed again. And he's looking at the crowd. He's dejected. The hero is come on hard times, Nick.
You know what? Hard times out here, baby. When you're out here defending the TNA title, when you're taking all these risks out here, when you're out here singing all the songs and everybody believes in you, and then you fail one time you fall up you come up a little bit short out there. That's hard times, baby. But yeah, no, and I dig it because did Joe Hendry kind of reach the pinnacle? And again, how can I miss you if you don't go away? Of what was left for Joe Hendry to do. So now you get out while the getting's good. You still can get out while you can come back, take some time off, and come back.
Yeah.
When time is full.
And if he is on his way out, he loses to Frankie tonight. You help Frankie get over more as a heel, and say Joe, we don't see him return. You know that doesn't hurt Joe at all. Joe's still going to get the big pop when he arrives wherever he's going first.
Right.
Not another Joe slowdown.
Oh, Joe work stoppage.
Right. I think Seth might get help from Braun and Bronson at Money in the Bank. Here's a question I will ask. Could there be another member to this group?
Which group?
Seth. Could they add a fourth?
Hammerstone?
We're a horseman short.
Hammer. Oh. Well, I didn't intend when you were saying horseman. I mean, he might be built like a fucking Clydesdale.
Yeah, no shit.
And is a free agent, by the way, and is a free agent.
That is true.
Jacob Fatu Nemesis.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be a cool guy to just randomly show up and step on, go after Jacob, step up to Jacob.
Well, he's a big boy, and that whole faction is full of big boys. Outside, Seth is the smallest guy in that faction, and
it's a good visual though. That's where it makes him the heel, right? And you know, if I can get my hands on him, I'll strangle him. But it's really hard to get my hands on him. Is the problem?
Well, and that's kind of how it goes with any kind of faction, almost like that. Of you surround yourself with big and heavies, to very much I am the threat, I am intimidation games. Do you think Cardona will sign with TNA or somewhere else? I think if he would have signed with somewhere else, he would have done it by now. I think TNA might be the last beacon out there of I could still see him have a WWE run, but I think this is where we get into the conversations of what does he make outside of WWE versus what WWE would offer him.
Right.
Like, it'd be great if he works with Chelsea, but does he make less on a WWE contract than what he would?
Again, yeah, I think there's a lot of factors in that. You got to travel, you got to account for time apart, your travel, how much that costs. You got to factor that in. It might just, the balance in the money might be stability in your life instead of being all over the place. And maybe he really loves it. He seems to. So, yeah, a lot of again, I don't know. I mean, maybe the wrestling has passed him by at this point, and WWE's not. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the conversations, could it be possible he gives off, the I'm better than you might book me vibe, so they're not really sure if they can make that work.
Well, and I don't think it's fully that, as I've got the nemesis out here and everything. But I almost don't I don't dispute it, don't want to knock it of if he views it and I'm going to go independent and everything like that. If I betting on myself and I know my value. I mean, Christ, that's kind of what we've done of just I'm betting on my value. Oh, that and what I can contribute and what I can do on my own versus what I can do in a system type of vibe and everything. Because he has freedom of control of everything that he does outside of WWE scope. Now, granted, he fully wants to go there and he can work with his wife and they're cohabitating and coagulating and everything like that. I think absolutely he slides in perfectly into mid-card scene. I think you could, Christ, if you could make it happen by the time Cena's out, you could get a good John Cena, Matt Cardona interaction. Remember when you had Kane throw me off a fucking stage because you like Eva Mendes and all that? Yeah.
Right. No, absolutely. Absolutely. As the Rascals are taking on the Nemeth brothers for the world title. But ladies and gentlemen, Nick and I are going to take a bow and bid you adieu for the night. We are back at it at 2 p.m. tomorrow. It's going to be a fun one. We got lots to get into. Make sure you be a friend, tell a friend. Don't miss out on the party. For those who like to use those vitamins, set an alarm. I know 2 p.m. is an early start, so make sure you're ready to go, and we are ready. Until then, check out all our socials. Man, a good night of wrestling. We still got more wrestling to watch when we get off, so.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, trust me. If you're on the West Coast, it's wake and bake. Instead of brunch with the boys, we got wake and bake tomorrow.
Let's
absolutely.
Go.
But our shit is real. Our shit is raw. Our shit is all authentic. What are you talking about that rest? You're able to put that for life with it.
Come back tomorrow. We got Money in the Bank. Worlds collide. Let's go. See you on the flip side.